Drink it in, man.
Touchdown, Detroit Lions! Cornbread! Cornbread! Cornbread!
Drink it in, man.
Touchdown, Detroit Lions! Touchdown, Detroit Lions! Cornbread!
Detroit Koolaid. Detroit Koolaid drinkers, what's going on, everybody? Let me fill up your glass real quick. Drink it in, man. Side of cornbread.
Cornbread!
We gotta make it a double
Cornbread!
because we're here on the Detroit Koolaid Cast Draft Spectacular. It's me. It's at Chops in the D. We're here live on the mic. I'm in the DTO scouting office. Chops is working the massive DTO scouting choppy chop Google sheet. We are ready to go. The draft is about 5-10 minutes away from getting going. The Detroit Lions are picking 29 right now. Will that stay? Will they jump up? Will they move back? What players are they going to get? We have no idea, but we're looking forward to it. We can't wait for this thing to get rolling, see how it all breaks down, and put a lot of work in. We're ready to go. Chops, you're there. It's been a busy week. You've been traveling. You're back, buddy. We're ready to go. Been waiting on this thing. Let's do this.
Well, Oak, I'm going to come in all monotone. No, absolutely not. People, the day has arrived. It's the NFL draft. We're ready to go. Detroit, you have showed out. You have showed up. Look at the pictures. Look at the videos. The millions and millions of fans have showed up to Detroit. The draft is set. The stage is set. The commission's in. The announcers are ready. Detroit is here. The draft is here. 2024. Woo!
The woo-wee sounded incredible. You hit a couple things. I got a couple of your classics in the background. And again, we do all this for the people.
And the people consist of the millions.
Chop, like, we're not going to be able to hit a ton of drops because I got about 10 computer screens up. I got the Oakry magnet boards. I turn my office every year into Draft Central here at my place. I've got everything working from positional team needs to best available to draft order to positions to Lions targets. I'm ready to go, bro, and I know you are as well, so we got this thing on lock. I'm going to go ahead and do a little bit of audio here in the background. You guys listening will probably hear that a little bit. Chops can hear it a little bit, but it shouldn't overtake our talking. Gosh, what time is it right now? It's like 7:57. Joel Klatt and company on NFL Network. That's the feed we'll be using. We might be, I don't know, man. There's just a lot going on, Chops, and I'm so fired up for the board I made. That's by round, by buckets that we did a few weeks ago on the pod. I feel like I'm gonna be able to get through days Thursday, Friday, and even into Saturday with these players I feel good about and have targeted and set up for the Lions. So I can't wait to see what Brad Holmes does.
Yeah, lots of work goes into the draft, Oakry. I mean, as you know, I don't know if the people know, but man, I mean, we spend months prepping this stuff, getting our rankings set, our buckets, our positional values. One of the things that I toyed around with this year is like a trade. I know that there's the standard go-to like trade indicator, like the value pick. What is this worth versus what's that worth? Like I've actually on the side kind of messed with some of those indicators, like who's getting fleeced, who's Brad Holmes taking advantage of this year when it comes to trades. So man, there's just so much stuff going on. Lots of rumor and innuendo. I mean, of course, it's fun because man, Oakley, this is like the first year where we are not slated to pick until like hour 3 of the draft.
Right.
And we're in years, all the years leading up to it, it's like, all right, man, we only got to wait 3 picks. All right, man, we only got to wait 9 picks. All right, man, we only got to wait 15 picks, whatever it is. And now it's like, wow, we got to wait till 29. Except that I'm telling you, people, I think Brad Holmes has been doing some cooking. He's got some names on his board. He's got something up his sleeve. I don't think we're going to have to wait until pick 29 before we get to see who our Lions take. But that's we'll get into all that stuff. And good, so many storylines. It's just so much to talk about, man.
I need a hashtag what Choppy said before this thing gets rolling. Does Detroit, who, like you said, is representing like crazy, I've never seen a sea of people like 2 hours before the draft. Like, I kept seeing that big open parking lot. I'm like, are they really going to fill that up? Are people really going to like go down and show out and just stand there and where you can't even see the podium and you're just watching a screen and there's just all this craziness? And oh my goodness, Detroit is there. But I need the hashtag what Choppy said, or a Choppy lock, or whatever you call it these days. Will we boo the commish out of the building? Will we cheer for him? And also, when Caleb Williams is announced, will we hear a chant of Jared Goff, Jared Goff, or some other derogatory chant towards Caleb Williams? What do you think?
Listen, Oakley, that's not even worthy of a hashtag what Choppy said. The commish is going to get booed. There's going to be the faction out there that takes care of the commish as he loves and they love to do. And of course, the love for the hashtag golf train is going to pour out of this city when they announce Caleb Williams' name with the first pick. You're getting the Jared Goff chance. You might even hear me saying, banging the table, Jared Goff. You're going to hear it. So, yes, that's not even worthy of a what Choppy said, a hashtag market, none of that. That's a given, my friend. That's a given.
And just a reminder, if you're not on the golf train, this is what hashtag Choppy said long ago.
I don't want your boola boola support when it comes to Jared Goff. You don't get to join the golf train. You're off, bro. You're off.
It's a family show, people, but he's been on this train. He's been the conductor. Many others are on. I'm still trying to find a seat in the back. They have not paid Jared Goff, but what they did do is they paid Amon-Ra. How'd I do there, Choppy?
That was pretty good.
You want to do one for the people?
Look, I can give it to him, but we got to get into the more details, man. Again, paying this man, giving it to my boy Amon-Ra for at least 4 more years. Hey, let's get it. Love it. There's so many good drops on that one, but don't get it twisted. Who dropped the first majestic
You're not only the originator of all this goofiness, but like the funny part is you never wanted any of these to be drops. You did them. I found them humorous. We've now turned them into gimmicks, and the people love them. So it's a collaborative effort, no doubt.
Yeah, absolutely. It's fun, man. You never know what you're going to hear. You never know what's going to be a new drop. Especially when we get going here, we're going to be doing this recording for 3+ hours. You're going to get kookiness. You're going to get windedness. You'll hear me cracking open a Mountain Dew or a beer or a combo, maybe a Four Loko in the background. No, I don't do that stuff anymore. But it'll be fun.
I got a little of that Detroit Koolaid here. Let me refresh myself for a second. So I got a little Kool-Aid, might have a little cornbread later. Chops, let's get back to ARSB. Were you proud of me that I saw the number and I didn't freak out? I actually said this is good by the Lions, getting ahead of it, taking care of their own, showing that they will rep for a guy that has done everything right. Because I know it was more than I wanted. It was kind of a crazy number, but the guy's an absolute ball player. I am rocking the black 14 jersey right now. I just feel great about having this guy locked up. He's one of those players, you keep hearing me say in the draft too, I'm about the clean prospects, the guys that love football, the guys that are going to do everything right in the draft. You even want to just go for the safer picks, hit doubles, whatever the old adage is. And I feel like that's St. Brown is the guy you pay and you just like never have to worry about him off the field. He's going to block, he's going to catch everything, he's going to be dynamic, he's going to be great in the media, like just everything you want. So for them to take care of him and then give Sewell every single penny that he deserves. You see what I did there? You see what I did there? Was just incredible to see that back to back. And you know it was very strategic and intentional by Brad. What's that nickname again?
Always open for business.
And he was right before the draft to get these deals done. And now we're about to start this draft. He's the king of the draft. You keep saying trade up. I'm not a huge proponent, especially in a draft that's not as strong maybe as you would hope, to be moving way up the board. But if he's got a couple targets like Jared Verse or other ball players, if they slide and goes and gets them, I'm good with it. But yeah, you got to be fired up about the contract signings, the rumor innuendo about a possible trade up to get a top talent. Or what if Brad Holmes trades down, acquires more picks, and then just has another stellar draft where he gets 5 more new starters, young cats? I mean, everything's on the table right now.
Yeah, so many options, and you know that Brad Holmes is dangerous with those picks, especially in the later drafts, which is kind of why I have this feeling that, you know, he's probably – I have a sense that, you know, again, everybody – I tweeted this out today, people. Everyone is a hashtag insider leading up to the draft, right? So, you know, take that for what you will, but I just have this suspicion that he is going to trade up to get his guy, you know, up into the top 15, top 20, and then I wouldn't be surprised to see a dip on the back end to trade back to recuperate another asset so he gets another pick out of a, you know, because again, there's going to be some teams that are hungry to grab a quarterback, hungry to grab this, hungry to grab that. So you never know what's going to happen. Again, you might get a player trade, a pick for a player trade. That's something that we actually haven't seen Brad Holmes do during the draft. You know, I think that'd be kind of a fun twist, something new to see this year. But the bottom line is Brad Holmes knows what he's doing. Him and his scouting staff and his head coach, they are locked in. They've got their board. It's not your board, Okri. It's not my board, Okri. It's no one's board. It's not the choppy board. It's not the choppy Maki. He's got his board, and he's going to do what he's got to do to get his people that are on his board. So, and I love it. I love it. You know, there's going to be times where we might scratch our head and go, huh? And other times where people are going to go, oh, we hate this. But you know what? By this time now, you know, 4 years in, like this dude just knows what he's doing. So, and again, to circle back on these extensions, you know, I agree. Penny locked in, and again, these cap hits are reasonable, people. Like, I know, you know, the number initially seems big, but they were smart because they still had time on their other deals. So it really extends out nicely. You know, these boys are locked in until 2028, and I'm all for it.
Great stuff, man. It's all very exciting. Drafts just getting going here, a little intro. I'm just still wowed by that sea of people. Incredible.
It's insane, man. It's absolutely insane. I'm so proud of this city, so proud of these people. Detroit, like, you showed up, you know, the commercials leading into it, the M&M and the Commish commercial, like, so much good stuff. So I saw some kind of stat, like, the amount of money that this is bringing in for the city, it's just great. You know, the Dan Campbell fortune teller that's out there. They just did it right, man. Everything this city has done, you know, and it starts with Sheila the Hamp just getting it done with Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell. So just good stuff, man. So good to have it. And, you know, look.
Incredible.
Lions draft 2024, and how about Lions in the Super Bowl in 2025? Let's see it.
Let's go. I'm watching this intro, and like you say, I'm just seeing all these Detroit legends. We got M and the Commish coming out right now. Like, they're doing this intro up right. A lot of this we're probably going to miss because we're just talking and working boards and looking around, but I got it all on record, and this would be one I rewatch at some point just to take all this in. But we want to make our live picks. We're trying to be GMs as we always try to do. Commish is coming out, so let's get a little audio choppy, see what Detroit gives them here. Oh, M coming out.
Yeah.
Let's go.
The boos were drowned out by the cheers for M.
That's crazy. Right off the bat. We'll...
Welcome to the NFL Draft in Detroit.
Look at those people.
Oh
my
gosh.
gosh.
The millions and millions. Phenomenal.
No doubt.
And I was just kidding about the rap battle. We're going to save that for another day. In Detroit. She's
Thanks,
got a
Commish.
little some surprise for you and bringing out a few other surprises for you. So, and here you go.
Uh-oh.
Detroit!
Let's go.
It's here. Make some noise for the Detroit Lions. Let's go!
Oh, your boy.
Oh,
There he
baby.
is.
Yeah.
Oh, St. Breezy looking crispy. And there's Unleash
I'm
Hutch. Look at that suit.
And then the other guy. Oh,
Oh.
baby, look at this.
The quitter bringing up
Look at
the last
this.
spot. We won't hold it
Yep,
against
and
him,
then
though.
the
It's all
goat.
positive right now.
Oh. Yes.
Oh,
Love
the
it.
goat.
The goat. The goat.
Always in the tie that's way too short.
Yes. Classic. Classic. Oh, what
This
a
is
great
how you do
intro,
up a
man.
draft, man. They're not bringing out these people who are like, who is that person? Or why is the guy from the mayor from the city? We're bringing out that big guns.
Yo, what up, Detroit?
Oh,
Oh,
St.
there's
Breeze.
Goff too. Goff snuck in there too.
I can't believe it. But before we get off the stage, I need to hear one thing. Jerry Goff.
There it is, baby.
Oh.
Oh yeah.
Oh. This is how you do it.
What's up, Detroit? Let's go, baby.
Yes. You tell me that man is not going to get pizzade. Oh, we love him. We love him. He's here to stay.
We got the best team in the NFL, Chops. Like, full of personalities, talents.
Oh,
Incredible.
love it.
Oh, Burry.
Oh, love it.
What's up, Detroit?
Yes.
What's up, football fans? Thank you for showing the world how we do it here in Detroit. Great job, guys.
Leave the most boring guy for last. Well, in this game.
I just got one thing to say. What up, go?
All right, that wasn't bad.
All right, Detroit.
There it is. There it is.
Goodell thought he was going to get off clean with no booing.
No, he's stuck.
Right down here, and of course all the Detroit faithful in the back. Welcome to all of you, and most importantly, thank you to Detroit. You guys have been awesome. All right, you ready to get the show on the road?
Listen to that crowd. They're like erupting.
Our NFL draft is now underway. The Chicago Bears are now on the clock.
There's the booze. There's the booze.
All right.
You love
Kill
it.
the audio
Love
until the
it.
pick comes in. Eminem did not swear on the mic, which would have been great if he'd have dropped an
Love-
F-bomb right off the get-go.
It's a family show, okay? It's a family show. They gave him
I know,
they gave him
but-
the pregame talk.
But just like the final boss in wrestling, like he says what he wants, he does what he wants. That's what Eminem usually does. But he was very corporate there. But I never would have thought Goff, ARSB, Hutch, like Barry Sanders, like they did not mess around from the start. That was awesome.
No, it's fantastic. You know the city. Look, we're on the up and up. They didn't have to bring out anybody else other than the current team and the GOAT. Like,
I was gonna
that's it,
say
baby.
like remember in KC, it's like here's Ryan Stone Step. It's like who the hell is
yeah.
that? And some other dope you don't know. It's like we bring out our top players. They're looking crispy. They're fired up on the microphone. Like that's how you do it, people.
Yeah, just fantastic. I mean, again, who doesn't, you got Eminem out there, you got Burry up there, you got that other name we shall not speak up there,
Yes.
whatever, whatever. But then, dude, to then just bring out the whole, bring out the top quarterback, bring out the top wide receiver, bring out Hutch. Like, just fantastic, man. Oh, just good stuff, good stuff. So I'm surprised. The only one I was surprised to see, I didn't see Penne up there, but
Yeah.
I would have figured that one, but that would again having another first round draft pick up there would have been pretty sweet. But man, you couldn't have asked for a better intro. And man, now the Bears are on the clock and we're ready to roll.
We are ready, man. Like, also fun to kind of have a division rival up first that we can give a little junk to. I did not get Joey Sports Guy on the pod or get his take, but I joked a couple of times that he like thinks his team is rolling and they're making all these moves. But to me, it's like Keenan Allen is like good, but it's not like a guy I'm building around. They got a couple of their weapons, but it's also like I guess I just don't understand like what their plan is, or like we built through the draft, we built from the trenches, and then we added like these dynamic pieces like St. Brown and this guy who's a multi-dimensional, positionless, elite weapon. Jahmyr Gibbs. We've got other ball players, Laporta Supportas are out there. So, like, I feel like we did it up right. I feel like Chicago's going backwards, where, like, they still have no O-line, no big, a couple pass rushers, but nothing dynamic, and then they're going to be good all of a sudden. It's like, I don't know. So, like I say, I know Joey's probably fired up, thinks they're going to the Super Bowl or they're going to do what the Lions did, but I don't see it, I know you've been on record of saying Caleb Williams is a bust. I think he makes plays, but he also lost a lot of games in college. When he went up against good competition, I feel like he turned the ball over a lot, so it's not a guy that I'm, like, totally fearful of, but they have a better team now, but I just don't see him as being sustainable.
Yeah, I mean, look, you know how I feel about Caleb Williams. I'm not going to question his arm talent. He's got some skills, don't get me wrong, but like, is he a winner? Is he a guy you can put on your team and lead? Do you want that to be the leader of your team? And I just don't. Like, he does not fit he doesn't fit that profile for me. And I'm not trying to knock him on the crying thing. Like, that's fine. Like, look, you guys are emotional. That's cool. I have no problem with that. But like, this guy just doesn't ooze confidence. Like, take the reins. I'm going to lead your team kind of guy. So with the number one overall pick, that's what you got to be getting. You don't get too many of them. Well, if you're Chicago, you get a few of them. But but look, I don't know. I'm still on the Caleb Williams is going to be a bust train. So we'll see how it goes. I've been known to be wrong, but I've also been known to be right a few times too. So let's see how it goes, man. It looks like they're going. They got the call is in. Ryan Poles is on the phone. He's talking with Caleb. What is Caleb wearing, by the way? What's going on with what is that junk?
I don't know. I'm with you. Like, some of the things he does kind of on and off the field to me is a little bit shaky for your ultimate leader. People are like, oh, just let him be himself. It's like, some of this stuff doesn't play. You even heard me sort of talk about JJ as a guy that ultra nice guy and all this Zen stuff and the love everybody. It's like, I don't know how some of that plays in the NFL when you're dealing with grown men and like guys that have families, and they want these no doubt leaders that are just no nonsense and but I don't know.
My counter to that on here's my counter to that on JJ, and we got a lot of time. Obviously, we got a lot of content to cover. We got a lot of things to talk about. But my counter to that with JJ is, you know what that kid does? He says he's going to do something, and he goes out and does it. Okay. So he says he's going to bring Michigan back to prominence. He does it. He says he's going to go out and win a national championship, and he does it. He says he's going to go out and win the Rose Bowl, and he does it. The dude wins ball games. Ridiculous. You've all seen the stats, how many wins he's got, how many championships he's got. All the way, this guy's won from every level he's been on, and he's going to continue to win in the NFL. I'm actually happy he's not going to Chicago, because I don't want him to go to some dumpster fire team in our division, including the Vikings. So I'm hoping that he gets slotted in that number 3 spot with the Patriots is what I'm rooting for. But looks like the pick might be in here, bud.
Yeah. But my point on it is that, like, people are writing off that he's like one of the younger players in this draft. He's got a big arm. He can run. He'll do whatever you need if you want him to hand it off or throw it. People are knocking him because they haven't seen it, which is like part of the draft is you have to be able to see in the future. You can't just go by what happened 2 years ago and think that's, your end all be all. My whole point is just like, how quickly can he lead a team at the NFL level where college is much more like rah, and I love my teammates, and Michigan was just better than everyone, whereas like at the NFL, you're going to have to be better than everyone individually, to some degree and as a team. So I love the kid. I love everything about him, and I do think, I projected him at the Patriots. I hope he goes high and plays well, but I just think some of these guys are built to lead a franchise and be the face of the franchise, and other ones are, you got to wait and see. And some of this is wait and see, TBD if you ask me, but we'll see. You know what I mean? I've heard that a time or two, but yeah, Choppy, I want to.
So hey, I need to hang on.
Yep.
Before we dive into this, I gotta get a piece of clarification here. So, as we've progressed, you've made a lot of originally a month ago you felt this way, now you moved this way. You put out an amazing first round mock draft on the show, and you did move some things. I don't know, you might have done hashtag what Choppy said on a few of those picks. I laud you for.
All right, hold on. We got the pick coming in.
All right.
With the first pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Caleb Williams, quarterback, Southern California.
There's the booze.
There it is.
Are we gonna get the Jared Goff chant? That's the question.
Oh yeah, when he hits the stage, I hope we get it. So where were you getting with that point, Choppy? Like I said, some of this we got to make sure that we're not getting too far off the Lions track, but we will give our thoughts on a lot of these or just work our way through it. But I got some more Lions stuff I want to get into too with you. So.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that like when we're going back to the books and the records and we say, okay, like this draft that you put out on the pod this week, a great phenomenal first round breakdown, all 32 picks. Is that the latest and the greatest, and that's the one that we're supposed to be critiquing? Or are we going to hear back, well, in my first mock draft that I did back in February, I had this guy. And so I want to make sure we get the story straight here on which one we're supposed to follow here.
Well, I said before that I'm a critical thinker that can change his opinion. I don't have to just stick to something that is 3 months ago. So the last thing is my most recent data of what I think about players or where I think they'll go. I don't put too much stock into my mock draft because nobody knows what's going to happen in this first round or rounds 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But I do the best I can with trying to project, but I'm mostly just focused on the Lions. Like I want to come away from this where the Lions have a great draft. I want me and you to make great picks on the clock. I want us to, use our own thoughts and opinions. But of course, there's some groupthink there. There has been some players that you've mentioned that I didn't like, that I did some more digging on, that I now have on my radar. There's guys that, I was excited about that fell off my board based on things I heard about them or things that have changed. So I don't know what you want to hold me to other than you can hold me to my live picks. You can hold me to, certain guys that I still say I don't think are going to be good. But so I don't know totally what you're trying to pin me down to other than like now that it's draft day, you'll hear my takes and you'll hear my picks. And that's kind of what I'll go off, and we'll see in 3 years if they're right or wrong.
All good, buddy. All good. I'm not trying to hold you down or hold you accountable for everything you've ever said on a pod, because if you did that to me, we both look pretty silly. So I just want to make sure that when we're going through, when we're talking about guys and different picks and things like that, I wanted to make sure that I was accurately understanding your latest and greatest. So I will go by by the drops that you put down there on the pod this week. Well, again, moving JJ up to that 3 spot. I know you were pretty, before when you started, you were like, I just don't know if he's a top 10 pick. And but again, it's good to see. Obviously, like you said, we do the research, we dive deeper and deeper, we see stuff, you watch a pro day, you get an interview, you get more and more information. So totally, and again, that's what critical thinkers do. They change their mindset. They don't just get stuck in their ways, or else we'd all think the world was still flat.
And where I put
some
a
people still
player is more based on what I think a team might do more so than what I'd do. You know, do I think overall maybe that certain players are top 5, top 10 talents? You know, maybe not how many you would draft them in realitysportsonline.com when we're doing our drafts, but in the NFL, yeah, you got to give players to certain teams based on what flavor of ice cream they like or what you think they might do. So that's kind of how I always approach those mocks as well, more so than what hashtag what Oakley would do. But hey, Choppy, I want to tell you this, man. This is a nice little nugget as we get this thing rolling that we didn't talk about beforehand. So on that board I have that has about, I should have counted these out. I want to say there's 50, 60 names, the buckets, the players by round, the Lions target guys. I went through and I put the ages on these players because I like seeing, you know, a difference between a 21.6-year-old player to a 23.4-year-old player. That makes a difference to me when we're doing these draft projections and looking at who's worth the pick, the value, who's worth trading up for. But then another thing I did that I thought I never done previous, but it's going to be real helpful, especially since we're looking for interior offensive linemen, centers, maybe even a tackle. I went through all my offensive line targeted guys and put, what do they play? You know, so I have a lot of these guys broken down as right tackle, center, right guard, left tackle, left guard, along with their age. And I think that's really going to be helpful because you got to think, like, we got Zeitler for 1 year. You've got Graham Glasgow for 2, maybe 3 years, but also a guy that I feel is great starter. He's also great depth. So if we're talking right now, big picture about the Lions, even though like we'll give our take here on the Washington pick that's coming up, I feel like that left guard spot is a little bit more up for grabs, you know, as far as draft a guy that could maybe compete with Glasgow. I feel like Zeitler's here now, but you could also get a right guard center that could transition into that spot. So I think those would be kind of neat to be able to look over those positions as well as ages as we get going on the Oakley targeted players for the Lions.
Yeah, so my first part of that retort is going to be, or my response is going to be, nobody puts in more work on this stuff than you do, Oakley. Like, you know, you're looking at the fine-tuned what scheme they play in. Is this it's not just a wide receiver. Is he an X? Is he a slot? Is he a this? Is he a that? Is he a go? Like, you know, you dive into that stuff so well. And I think, you know, as much as I dog on you about different funny stuff here and there, I want to make sure I tip my cap and say, like, hey, like, you know, you put in the work. The ages is another big thing. It's great. Before I dive into the next part here, it looks like Washington's pick is in. But let's see what this pick is, and real quickly before they announce it, which quarterback are they taking, buddy?
I have leaned towards Jaden Daniels, just being able to run, throw, dynamic talent. Seems like a guy they would take.
Yeah, we're lockstep in there. I think this is going to be Jaden Daniels. You know, I wouldn't actually mind having JJ go here, but I think that's too high of a pick for their taste. So the pick is in, and it's going to be fun to see what they do here. And man, they picked a lot of quarterbacks in the first round. Way to go, Washington. Maybe get one right this time, huh?
Yeah, it's just like another franchise that doesn't have a direction yet, you know, and they gotta decide who their leaders are gonna be and how they're gonna get reformatted.
It's the Josh Harris, Magic Johnson et al. Era. And who is the first pick on Washington?
With the second pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Jaden Daniels.
There it is.
So it is the reigning Heisman Trophy winner.
A lot of hype on Jaden Daniels this year. Obviously the Heisman Trophy winner. You know, I like his intangibles. Man, 6'4", 210. You know, some people had him ranked a little bit lower. You know, there was a big debate between, you know, him and Drake, but and then some people actually had him above Caleb Williams. I personally think he's going to have a better career than Caleb Williams, but Caleb Williams is also going to Chicago, so, you know, dumpster fire there. But sorry, Joey Sports Guy.
It's what's funny, so I know like I bug you every year and you are very steadfast, which I can respect, about not wanting to join any other leagues or whatnot, but our buddy Luke had Jaden Daniels in our college league, and like I could not believe the numbers this guy would put up. Like every week, like I would either go against him or I'd look over, and this guy would have 4 or 5 touchdowns, 300 yards, 100 yards on the ground. Like it was pretty unbelievable. So he's special in that way. But
Swaggy like you too, buddy. He's got that jump. He's got that swag. I know you love that. Look at the bling he's got rolling with too.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. He's one of those guys where he could be like a real top NFL player, or this is a guy that could wash out, too, where he just like, he's a little bit smaller, he's going to hold up when he starts getting knocked around, and also, I've heard he loves the game and he's the first one in, but you just wait and see. But he's a heck of a talent, and I think that's a good pick. One thing we see about the draft a lot, Chops, is all this rumor, innuendo, and all this talk, and then when it comes day of, it can be a little more chalky. But I think like once the first few picks go by, you're kind of like, oh, it's all the people we heard about. But then like you get into picks like 6 through 10, and then like the middle and the back of the round, and you're like, what the hell just happened? All these people getting picked that you never heard to what team, or lots of maneuvering going on. So I think we're in the boring period now, but it's about to get crazy here in the next, 5-6 picks.
Well, starting right here, because there's a lot of talk about, is New England going to take Drake? Is they going to take JJ? Are they going to trade out? Lots of options here. But again, I always love that part of the draft where you hit that spot where everybody looks around and goes, huh? Like, or
Yeah.
reach. Like, you're just like, what? No one had this guy in the top 25, and you just took him with the 6th pick? Like, it's funny. So, but no, man, it's fun. It's great. I love, this kid Daniels, man, broke a lot of college records this year and over his career, man. Like, just ridiculous yardage, touchdowns, all that stuff. So,
Let's
lots of good stuff.
Let's go with an Oakley hot take right now before this pick comes in. Here you go. I feel like Drake May is going to be an NFL bust. I feel like this guy's a ho-hum, golly gee, I hope it goes well. He's a guy that gets a lot of pub because of his size or what he could do. To me, this is not a guy that I'm in love with from the quarterback position if he goes to New England. I don't know why. New England has a new coach, all their new people that are in there. But I heard Elliott Wolf loves JJ and the rest of the people love Drake May. So it's like I'm be curious to see who gets their, guy if that is true. But I just don't see it in Drake May. I feel like he's a guy that's going to be like all the talent, all the hope, and every week he's going to just bumble around and not be very good is my take right now.
Oakley, I mean, going back to our big board, and quarterbacks was one that I really focused on. I had Jaden Daniels as the number 1. I had JJ as number 2, then Caleb, then Drake. So I don't disagree with you at all. I think that Drake May, he gets a lot of love for some reason. Maybe he fits a prototypical type better, but he's still got to go out on the field and do it. And that's a good point here, because these guys are humans, right? Like, they may look good, but this NFL is a whole other level. That it's just that some guys just don't fit, and it doesn't work, and they get bad. They go into a bad scheme, or they have to deal with ridiculous coaches or whatever it is. Like, there's a lot of factors that can come in and mess with that. So,
and to me,
like
Drake May was like the hotness like a couple of years ago.
Here, and so, what are they gonna do?
Yeah, like Drake May a couple years ago was like, oh, this guy's can't miss. Like, he's just going to be the top pick. But then he's shown his colors the last couple years where you get the wow plays, you get some good games. He's just not consistent enough. And he's also he's one of those guys like you always hear me talk about, but we kind of poo-poo it, as you would say, where it's like, oh, we don't know these guys or we don't have the medical. But it's like, I saw enough interviews to know that you can tell when these guys talk. You're just kind of like, does he have it, does he not? And I feel like Drake May, every time I saw him, I'd be shocked if he's just like an alpha leader of men, and he's just not consistent enough to be a guy where it's like, even if you're not that leader, you just make plays. So let's see what they do. I think it will be May, but I wouldn't
Does he
do
remind
it.
you of their last pick here? Does he remind you at all of Mac Jones?
I don't know about that, but
The 2024 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Drake May.
there it is.
Yep.
The other reason I wanted
getting back there, I don't want to interrupt the commish, but like, I'm not saying that as a does all the things that he do on the field remind you of Mac Jones, because Mac Jones was just a major winner and a big player in a big conference, but like, I just get those like that trajectory vibes with him in the NFL. Like, you know, he was pretty highly touted, and then it just kind of didn't go well. So that's all I was getting at, not the actual player.
To me, it's almost the antithesis, because I actually felt like Mac Jones was the guy that had the red ass, you know, cocky, like, leader, you know, hey, I might not look the part in the weight room, but I know how to play the quarterback position, and especially I think when he got picked, he went up there and said, "This is where I wanted to go anyway." I thought he was going to fit in great with a curmudgeon like Bill Belichick and that organization. Drake May does not feel like a Patriot to me, and that's the other reason I went with JJ, because I felt like, you know, he's got everything that Tom Brady talks about, which is like, he's all about the team, not about himself. He can make all the basic plays. He can throw on time. He can run an offense, like all the things you want, rather than like, hey, this guy like looks the part coming off the bus. I mean, that's not normally what the Patriots go for. Obviously, like I said, they're switching over their regime, but yeah, I felt like what a great story if you go from Tom Brady to JJ, and JJ's the next winner. He's the next, you know, poster boy of just like clean cut, does everything right. Like, that's another reason why I went with it.
Yeah, I don't agree with you. I can't agree with you anymore. I think that's a big miss by New England there. You grab JJ and you just let him, you know, you let him be the guy. So I think JJ is the one you kick off a new regime with. You know, not Drake, but you know, time will tell. Like you said, 3 years. Talk to me in 3 years, right, Chops? But they seem happy with it. That's the way they went, and you know, we'll see how it goes.
You know what's awesome is, like, we're 3 picks in, and we have to bring this back to the lines, which is nobody on our big board's been taken. These quarterbacks keep going. It all does is push down talent, because we have this guy named Jared Goff, who you love, and I'm starting to enjoy as a player.
Get on the hashtag Goff train.
So, like, that's always a benefit too. So let these guys, let these receivers, let all these people keep going. And I think I heard some crazy number that people expect like 23 offensive players to go in round 1, which leaves like the defenders that aren't offensive linemen to like 5. There's supposed to be like 5 defenders, and the rest are skill players and offensive linemen. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy, man. I heard the same thing. I heard something like, you know, 6 quarterbacks potentially in the top 10. Like, thank you. Just keep grabbing them. Sure, reach out there and grab them, because that's just going to give me more and more talent at the back end at 29, or when we trade up to 12 and take another player for the third year in a row, maybe from Alabama. Anyway, so no, good stuff, man. Good stuff. Again, you know, this has kind of been the pick, right? Where like, is Arizona going to stay? Are they going to let some offers come in? Are they going to get, you know, play the card? Like, somebody comes up here to get, you know, whether it's the Giants move up or somebody jumps ahead of the Giants. Do the Minnesota Vikings jump in here? I'm curious to see what's going to happen with this pick. I also have to comment here, and I'm surprised you haven't said this yet, Okri. These hats that these players are throwing on here during these interviews, these are some nice, crispy hats. I actually, you know, other than the fact that it had a bear on it, I actually really like that hat that Caleb Williams was wearing with the red accent on the top, and it just looked, maybe it was the light shining, but it looked pretty damn crispy there, buddy. No comment on the decor from the NFL from Mr. Jersey guy?
Choppy Chop, first and foremost, if you only knew what I have going on here at the DTO scouting office, I'm at least 15 screens that are up right now on different I think 3 or 4 computers. I have 2 iPads. I have my draft boards. I'm trying to do the audio mixing here as we talk. I have not even seen these hats. I did notice the last hat on Drake May was very. It almost looks like he had the front. Not only is it flat brim, but it looked like it was curled up, like he's a skateboarder of some sort. So I don't like anything about that hat, to be honest. Now that I see it again, it looks absolutely awful on every level. It's too big. It's flat brimmed. It's tilted up. It's ridiculous. It's a Kyle Shanahan special, if you ask me. So that's horrible. But you know what's not horrible? The Detroit Lions New Jerseys. I didn't even talk about the New Jerseys on the freaking pod. So Arizona Cardinals picks coming in. Choppy chop.
Drop the ball.
Marvin Harrison Jr. There's no question. It's got to be him.
And picking while the Chargers are already a minute and a half into their clock.
With the 4th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Marvin Harrison Jr.
All that boola about, oh, he might not go number 1. Oh, he doesn't work hard. Oh, he doesn't know it. It's like the guy is a freaking specimen.
I mean, he went to a bad school. That's the only thing that he did wrong. That's it. That's all. That's the only knock you can have on Marvin Harrison Jr.
Terrible school. And Chops, don't think.
Terrible.
Don't think that if I can get to it, I'm not going to try to get to it. Hold on. Wait for it. Try to get to it here at some point. Computer's going haywire, so I can't get to it.
The commission will be walking up to the podium here in a minute, but they did not make a trade, so the pick is in for the Chargers.
What do you think Jimmy Boy does?
Oh, buddy. I mean, they made a pick, so I gotta think that they're taking Malik, wide receiver, LSU. That's my feeling here. Jim Harbaugh, again, after Mike Williams is gone, Keenan Allen's gone. Right now their number 1 wide receiver is the rookie from last year, who you don't like, my boy Q. But I think they got to go wide receiver here to help out their quarterback.
I absolutely love Malik Neighbors on every single level. I think that it's crazy how these reports come out so late. Like, he gets so much love, and then towards the end I heard, like, oh, I don't know about him. Maybe he's going to be an issue off the field or whatever. It's like,
smoke and mirrors, baby.
I saw this guy at his pro day, and like, I was ready to make him like an all-pro right there. He was so like physically built, and you could just tell he wanted the ball. He knew what he was doing. Like, I love everything he brings to the table from a juice perspective, the way that he goes and gets the football, his speed, just everything he does. So it doesn't seem like a Harbaugh pick though to me. You heard me on my mock say Fuaga, because I still feel like the O-line or a big nasty is much better than a skill guy, but maybe we're wrong. I don't know.
After they let their 2 best receivers walk out the door, or they kicked them out the door, I think that they need some position weapons. Again, like Brad Holmes has done, you build through the trenches, but they got a pretty good set O-line here with Slater, Johnson, Lindsley, Saylor, and then, again, right tackle's a little weak. Here we go.
The Los Angeles Chargers select Joe Alt.
Oh, there you go. In the trenches. So
now,
Harbaugh sticks to it.
Yeah, that seems like a more Harbaugh-ish pick. My take on that though is, I wonder why, because Joe Alt only played left tackle. They have Slater there, so like now you're gonna make Joe Alt figure out right tackle all of a sudden, like now in the pros. Like, I've never been a proponent of that. I know it worked out for Penei Sewell, but
I was just gonna say it worked out for our boy Penei.
Yeah,
but,
you go back and listen to pods,
you'll
hear my same take, that I didn't feel like that was like the greatest approach, just to be like, oh, he'll figure it out. But it worked. I don't know that it's the best strategy in the world, but we'll see.
No, I mean, it makes sense to get somebody to protect, and I think Slater does have some versatility. I know he's primarily left, but again, these guys are so professional. I mean, I hate to just say, like, pick an offensive lineman, you slide them wherever you want, because it doesn't work that way. But some guys do have that skill set to be able to shift around and slide. So, And you know that Harbaugh's done his homework, so it's a sharp mind. Obviously taking the Niners to the Super Bowl before going to Michigan, getting them a natty, and now back with the NFL. So they seem pretty happy with the pick. There's your boy Jimmy wearing, I don't know what the hell he's wearing under that suit jacket. Is that like a checkered flannel he's got going on here? Jimmy boy. But
I,
anyway, no, I don't hate this pick. I don't hate it. 6'7", 317 junior, highly ranked player. I think, let's see, on the old PFF board, I think he was like a 90 ranked last year, second best tackle in the whole class. So not a bad pick there from Notre Dame. Not a great school, but a good pick.
yeah, very interesting. So I'm trying to get us rebooted here, Choppy. I feel like I recovered our audio, so we're okay there. There's just too much going on. I also have we do the pod and we've worked on some of this, so it's so odd that I'm having issues that I've never had in my life today on draft day, which is just driving me insane. But
I'm sure it's my fault, right? You got to find a way to blame it on the chopster, right?
I mean, probably, but no, it's that's the part I'm more annoyed by. It's no one's fault. It's just my computer has never crashed. The screens have never went out. I've never seen it stall this way. And it's let's wait till draft day and then we'll do this, which any other day it could do it. Do this on Monday. Do this 2 weeks from now. I would not care, but.
Hey, Okri, is this real quick? I don't mean to cut you off here, but do we get to do the part of the show where I throw on my insider hat and I tell you what's going to happen with this pick because I just got a text, but even before Shefty gets to break it, or do we just let it roll because the pick is in?
What, you have a take on the Giants pick? Is that what you're saying?
I have an inside information because again, everyone's an insider on who the pick is going to be. I'm not going to spoil it. I'm gonna set it down. Maybe I'll type it somewhere and then I can hold it up for a hashtag what Choppy do. But the pick is in and I know who it's going to be. So
I have another. This is another Okri hot take that you just paid Daniel Jones. I realize he hasn't been good, but he's big, he's smart, tries hard, he needs to be better. But you paid him. I'm not a proponent of double dipping on a guy that you still have on the roster at $40 million. I'm either going to ride him out for another year and hope that he turns it around, or I'm going to ride it out and then get rid of him and then get a replacement. I'm not going to get a replacement now. So I would be adding a skill player for him, but all the rumor innuendo is they're going to take a QB and just sort of usher him out after they can with no guaranteed money, but that's not how I do business.
Well, and that's not how Brad Holmes does business either because, we're smart. We're not the Giants. So, again, there's just these organizations are definitely run in different ways. It's really funny to see, what works and what doesn't work, and you would think that more teams would get on board with everybody thinks they're the smartest man in the room, and then you actually have Brad Holmes who is the smartest man in the room. So
I'd still go with the skill guy here, but
I'll turn it over to the commission to let him make it.
The New York Giants select Malik Neighbors.
And go. That's what I would do. Get another ball player, even though I don't know how good they the other thing that's bad with Daniel Jones is he's been getting killed, but they have a pretty decent two tackles, don't they? They have Andrew Thomas and then a guy on the right side from Alabama, and they just who hasn't been good. I get it, but he still was talented. So you add him, you got a couple other weapons. I don't know if that'll work out or not, but I know Malik Neighbors is a baller.
How I let the build up go there and make you think that it was going to be JJ, but you saw right through it and you were like, nope, give me a weapon. That was spot on. So nice work there, buddy. I was trying to play a little mind trickery with you and you didn't fall for it. You're just smarter than the Choppy. So
trying to okie dokie.
Like we said, dude, the Malik Neighbors, man, that kid's just a beast. So he's going to help them out a lot. Again, now you're looking at Slayton, him, Wan'Dale Robinson. You got Jalen Hyatt from last year. They got a lot of weapons. Daniel Jones has no excuses. Devin Singletary's back, and they're going to build some stuff in the trenches here And again, Darren Waller, again, I forgot. Darren Waller on the tight end side, too. So he's got weapons. If this is going to be the year that Daniel Jones has to produce, or there's going to be some big changes in the Giants camp here.
So this isn't Giants radio, but like, what do you think about teams adding these weapons? Like, we always joked about that with the Lions. Like, we go out and get 3 receivers in a row. We get these tight ends in the top 10. Like, it seems like the league is much more about, all these top receivers, but I only think it works if the rest of your team is somewhat adequate. It's like you don't have to be like bullies like the Detroit Lions and then go get your guys, but you have to be decent before you start adding flashy wideouts or tight ends or safeties. So like, are you on that proponent that like you got to fill out your team and then do that, or do you think the league now is like, hey, go get the best offensive skill players you can and try to outscore people and just like out talent people, I guess is what people are trying to do?
I mean, I think, are you asking me what the league is or what I think it is? Because my philosophy is you build in the trenches. What good is that? What good is that flashy new toy if you can't get the ball to it because the guy throwing the ball is on the ground after 2 seconds of the snap? Like, you got to be able to protect him, or you have a stone cold quarterback back there who has no mobility and no one to protect him. Like, I don't care if you put a Hall of Famer wide receiver on there if you can't get him the ball. Amon-Ra can't fix it if Jared Goff can't get him the ball, right? Because he's on his ass. So you have to have a balance, right? But then again, look what happens when you have the trenches and you have the quarterback, but you got nothing to throw to. Like, so you got to balance. You got to be smart. And but I'm always a proponent of you build but from the big nasty freaks, and then you go from there. Once you establish that, you get your quarterback in place, or maybe you already have him in place, and then you start adding these weapons. So, but this kid is definitely a weapon.
Yeah.
I love that yak machine. Don't disagree with that.
Yeah. No, I'm with
people.
I'm with you on all that. I think that you are in the fantasy football world where when we do our big leagues and drafts, you're looking for skill, talent, and whatnot. But like if I'm building a real team, I'm trying to get my big boys both on both sides of the ball too, because you don't need to just have an O-line. You need to have big nasties that can out physical people. That's why I'm most excited about the Lions. The Lions have get off the bus guys where like when they get off the bus, they're ready to beat your ass. And it's like I feel like that's the first thing I would have on my team. And then once I have a few guys like that on both sides, then I start adding like I got to have a quarterback too, and then I need to add a couple playmakers for that quarterback. But I'm never going to be adding tools and weapons for my quarterback when he can't be protected or I can't get after the other quarterback. So that's where I think it does come down to trenches, as everyone says. But I also think that you can also say trenches too much when you have no quarterback, or you have a quarterback and then you never give him anybody that can make plays. I mean, I can tell you how that's going to go. Quarterback's going to be out of the league in 3 years because he got nobody to get the ball to that can put it in the paint, as Bucky Brooks says. So pick here, I mean, again, I had Joe Alt to Tennessee, so do you think they go with like a Fuaga or a Fashanu or Fatanu, one of these other tackles? Seems like the way I would go if I were them.
I feel like tackle is a good spot here, but I also wouldn't necessarily put it past them to go with maybe an edge.
Yeah.
That's a big team need for them as well. I'm looking at the depth chart here, and their lead pass rusher is they got Jeffrey Simmons on the one side, and then they got Quinton Baha on the other side. So how would it look with having a nice Dallas Turner on one of those edges there across from Simmons? But no, again, this is another team. Well, a new head coach, new philosophy. I think I could tell you what the last guy would do because he wants to protect his investment in Will Levis, but I don't think they're in a market for a wide receiver with Calvin Ridley, D Hop, and Traylon Burks there too. So I'm thinking this is a trenches pick for sure, and I could see them going either Fuagu, maybe like the boy Troy on Fatanu. Again, I'm terrible with last names, or maybe Dallas Turner here.
So like you say, they used to have Vrabel, more of a defensive guy, old school. Now they have one of these wimpy, offensive whatever guys, I think, or these new age coaches never done anything, so they usually go for weapons and whatever else they try to sell to people rather than old school ball. I guess like when I'm looking at my board, this is a crazy pick. It's too high for the kid, but I did do some reading up that Graham Barton is from Nashville. He's a big time left tackle. He's projected to go more in the 15 to 20 range, but he's 21 years old basically. Like I did a little reading up on him. Everybody's been saying Graham Barton can play like center and even play interior, but when I looked up on him, he's really only played left tackle. So between him and Fatanu and Fashanu, those are like your three pure lefts. Fuaga's a right. So, I mean, I know they drafted one of the tackles I liked last year, the Titans did, so they have a guy, but he's more of a right side guy, I think. So, J.C. Latham, too, got a lot of buzz about going to the Chargers. That didn't happen, so maybe he's up here in this category for the NFL.
They got
I don't know.
They got the Skronk last year in the first round. So.
Oh, yeah, that was my boy.
Gronkowski.
I love this.
Yeah, your boy.
But, yeah, so I don't know. I'm leaning more towards the tackle than the rusher, but you made a good point that they, we don't want the rusher to go, though, because the later that Turner and Verse go, the more chance we got to obtain them, or that more players will slip. So I'm rooting for any players that we already have for the Lions, like skill and offensive line and whatever else. You know what I mean? That's always my rooting interest at the end of the day.
Yeah, but Barton is a name connected to the Lions as well too. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, it's interesting to see. They did, they got the running back. They got Pollard this year. So there's. I think you're, the more I think about it, I'm hoping, we hope it's O-line for sure, and leave those edges and freaks on the outside and those corners for us. Please, please, please.
With the 7th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select J.C. Latham, tackle.
Yeah. Go.
There it is. We connected some good dots there, just moving people around. I had J.C. Latham like in the 20s, but he got a lot of buzz late saying he was going to go top 10. So the NFL,
I called
man,
the school, you called the player, so there you go. How about that? We'll take it.
NFL knows who they like versus what we hear, but that was surprising to me to see him go that high. But big old nasty football player, man.
Yeah, he is for sure. So, but again, it's these coaches, these regimes, they fall in love with a player, and they again, like Brad Holmes does, they identify their guy. So it's you see them go out there and they get them. So, but that's
no
good
trades.
For us. I'm okay with that.
No trades, no movement yet, just straight up picks.
I don't hate it. It is fun. Sometimes it is fun to get a little trade action going here, but. J.C. Latham is a Tennessee Titan. So, right tackle.
This is definitely the calm before the storm, where these picks are coming in nice and slow and kind of like predictable, where it's not going to be that way later in this round or definitely tomorrow. So, enjoy it while it lasts, buddy.
I know, I got plenty of time to peruse the board, change this name, check that box. I like the second and third round where there's 2 minutes between each pick. I'm like, wait, what? No, we're already on pick 210, like 110. No, I'm not caught up yet. Get back over here. I can't keep up, man. So no, This is good stuff though. But let's shift over. Unless you got some groundbreaking thing to say about J.C. Latham and the Titans. What are your thoughts here on the Falcons? I heard that they're being investigated for picking up Kirk Cousins a little too early there and breaking some confidentiality rules there. I'm drawing a blank on the name, but what's what are you thinking here for the Falcons?
Yeah, man, a bunch of rumor innuendo about Kirk Cousins. They also like this weird stuff about the Falcons are a team that they're looking to get a succession plan at quarterback. It's like, am I confused? Didn't you just get the top free agent quarterback for 4 years, like 180 million, I believe it was, somewhere in that range? I mean, I don't know why you would even be considering like trying to pair him up with a young cat to figure out a succession plan. I mean, I actually like Kirk Cousins in Atlanta. They have so many good offensive skill guys. Now they have a milquetoast quarterback that can get them the football. So I would be looking to add either to my defense or protect a guy like that. But I mean, everyone's been saying Dallas Turner, so.
We know we love their weapons, but man, I mean, you got Bijan, you got Drake London. You know, maybe this is the year that Drake London can actually like break out and be the guy that everybody thought he was going to be. Darnell Mooney, Rondell Moore, you know, a lot of weapons already there.
I think you forgot a guy.
Boy.
My boy, Kyle Pitts.
Yeah.
Which I love him, and now everyone hates him because he hasn't done anything, but he's still a freak at that position.
Yeah. I can definitely see this being an O-line strength here to try to get some to keep Kirk healthy, upright. You know, obviously coming off the injury here. So, but you know, Atlanta likes their defensive toys too. So, you know, again, some big acquisitions for them and some nasty defenders that they've got going on the squad here. I'm looking at Jesse Bates, H.A. Terrell. You know, in the secondary, he's still got Grady Jarrett. I love that guy, but how old is he? You know, David Otto Amada they got. So you know, there's some big boys up the middle. And then Taquan Graham as well. So, man, I don't know. I'm thinking edge or O-line, but maybe mid. You know, I think their middle's pretty inset here too. So it's a little early for a linebacker, but that is a need for them.
Rap Sheet's doing what I just talked about. He's talking about the succession that they might draft Michael Penix. Like, what a terrible decision that would be. It makes no sense.
Do it, please, because that helps us.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
I mean, it
QB
definitely does, but
really?
Like, what a stupid. I mean, that you can't explain that to me on any level. Like, if Kirk Cousins had been there for 2-3 years and like he had a year left and you were, you know, or he was injured and just was not doing what you hoped, like, okay, but it's just.
I did read though that he does. I think of that 4-year deal, 2 of those years on the back end are voidable, but again, you just paid him. You just got the top quarterback free agent in the off season. So I am with you, man. A succession quarterback plan with the 8th pick, and you just signed Kirk Cousins, does not make any sense to me at all. So, but again, do it. I love it.
Now, I would say that I think Michael Penix, if he can stay healthy, is actually a great thrower of the football and a unique player, you know, from a quarterback position. But I'd take him mid to late, maybe even the second round. Let's see what the Falcons do.
Dude, you gotta be kidding me. I just got another text. You're gonna shit your pants.
That's ridiculous.
That's the dumbest. I love it because it's the dumbest I've ever heard.
That is
we're on a kid show here.
That is so stupid.
That's so good for our Lions. That's so good for our Lions, man. That's all I can do is put a Lions spin on it because that makes no flippin' sense at all. I don't even he's not even the next best quarterback on the board. So
exactly. I mean, like I said, I think I'm a little bit higher on the player than you just overall, but I see no realm where that makes sense or where he it's almost like you're rooting for Kirk Cousins to have a short tenure or not be good and what does Michael Penix do for Atlanta that serves them when you could get so many other things to help your team?
He's 20. He's gonna be 24 years old when the season starts.
Exactly.
You're telling me that you're gonna have him be a starter? You just use the 8th pick on this guy. 8th. Okay, I'm not talking about 20-something, 30-something, 40th. 8th pick on a succession plan for a kid that has no shot to start with you until he's 27 years old.
Right.
You know. So and again, I can hear it now. Well, choppy. But the Lions took Hendon Hooker, who's an older quarterback in the 3rd, 4th round. So don't give it to me. This is ridiculous. Atlanta, thank you for being stupid.
Yeah.
40th ranked player on the board overall. Wow.
Yeah, what a bunch of say thank you because that pushes more players down. The Raiders wanted him. Like the Raiders could have traded up. They could have taken a mid to late round. They were talking about the Lions trading their picks. Somebody come up and get Michael Penix. Instead, this guy goes 8 to a team that already invested a buttload of money in a quarterback. Come on, man. That's just
again. So let me have it. I'll play devil's advocate. Maybe there's something going on with Kurt that we don't know about, like injury-wise. That's the only reason why I could say, if it comes out in a couple weeks during training camp, like, hey, he's not ready to go, he's further, but again, even he's not ready to go, you're not starting Michael Penix day one, so I don't know what that is, but still, like, maybe there's some long-term concerns with him health-wise, but again, you just bass backwards your franchise by paying Kurt all that money and then turning around and taking a guy with the 8th overall, a top 10 pick.
And what is Raheem Morris to me is a guy that's ultra swaggy. He's real get me a bunch of nasty defenders or skill players, not hey, get me another pocket passing old injured quarterback. So it makes no sense with the coach either. These other teams right below them have got to be doing cartwheels because now the Bears are gonna get Odunze or some other ball player because Atlanta just took I don't even know. I can't even call it a luxury pick it's just a mistake. It's a straight up mistake. I don't even care how good Michael Penix is or isn't down the road. It just makes no sense for your team build or the position value or it's just ridiculous.
The only, like I said, man, the only spin I can put on it is that thank you. Because you left another ball player on the board for us because it doesn't. I can't justify it at all. Your strategy is you have no strategy if you're doing this after what you just did in the off season. And again, you have needs. They have needs. It's not we're a Super Bowl ready team, and the only thing, because this guy doesn't help you win the Super Bowl this year anyway, so it makes no sense. I don't know what you're doing, Atlanta. You better be calling an Uber home because you're drunk. You've been drinking too much of that Detroit Kool-Aid. So Chicago back on the clock. The pick is in. Still no trades. We're at pick 9. No trades. And of course, like you just alluded to, this is a weapon. It's got to be a weapon for Caleb. I'm assuming a weapon or an O lineman is the only thing that I can really think of that they would be looking at. They spent so much money on defense. Not great defense.
Could be Dallas Turner, but I'm going with Rome Odunze.
With the 9th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Rome Odunze, wide receiver, Washington.
So the guys who came on the same flight from Los Angeles.
Now, I had to make a decision, Choppy, with I'm going to have to pretty soon for fantasy football. And, there's that debate between the top 2 guys who we know are electric and fun to watch and all that. But, I will agree with most people that I feel like this kid is the safest. He's silky smooth. He's does everything right. He's kind of like that St. Brown when it comes to mentality. So, I still think the Bears are doing it a little bit backwards, but I feel like him with the other guys they have are really going to be a problem to deal with just because him and Keenan are going to be real hard to cover, as far as getting open and after catch and all that stuff. So
don't forget DJ Moore as well, man. So again, the question's going to be, can Caleb Williams get in the system? Can Caleb Williams get up to speed? Can he handle the speed of the NFL? Can he handle Hutch all over his ass, 2 times a year? But you're right. They got the weapons. They got the offensive weapons. No one's going to doubt that. They got your boy, DeAndre Swizzle, and DJ Moore, Keenan Allen, Odunze now, again with tight end Cole Kmet. So, but can they keep, again, last year, first round pick Darnell Wright. So, he's the right tackle, but they're going to have to protect Caleb or else he isn't going to be able to get the ball to all these weapons. But I agree, this kid's big, he's nasty, he destroyed Texas this year. Shocker, the Michigan Wolverines national champions
we got to trade.
Held them in check.
Minnesota.
So here we go.
JJ.
This is it.
Why would you come
Here
up
it is.
one slot though? I guess like you have to get your guy. Who was picking at 10?
Jets. They weren't gonna, and they have got Old Man Rogers, so they must have been worried that they were gonna try to do it. So.
Well, the only reason Minnesota would go up one pick is I guess they trying to protect themselves from a Denver or a Raiders getting JJ, but I would just have waited if you didn't think so because, like you said, the Jets were going to take Bowers or some other jabron for the smug piece of crap, Aaron Rodgers.
So what this tells me, Oakley, and like you just hit on it, this tells me that somebody was coming up to the Jets to get a quarterback. And Minnesota had to beat them to the punch. They didn't want, They did not want JJ to go. The rumor probably was that somebody was, whether it was the Raiders or whoever, was coming to get him. And if you want him, you better come get him, and obviously pay me more than what they're going to pay me. So this is a shrewd move by the GM at the Jets to say, picks available, come get it. Oh, and by the way, this is what I'm getting offered, so you better top it. So I love those kind of deals.
Gosh, I don't like that. Like, here's the thing. When I was matching up, like, quarterbacks and teams, like, JJ fits so much better with O'Connell than he does. There's no chance where I ever saw JJ meshing with Sean Payton. You know who I see Sean Payton get along with? A Bo Nix or some other type of player. So it's like, I don't like it because I do think that's Yep.
Real quick, so I just want to give the trade terms here. So the 10th overall pick with pick 203, and they get the 11th overall pick. Obviously, Minnesota, or then the Jets get a 4th round 129 and a 5th round 157. So it cost them, a 4th round pick, a 5th round pick, and you got a 6th round pick back to move up one spot. That's interesting. That's something. But the pick is JJ right here. So, sorry. Go ahead. I didn't want to interrupt you. I didn't mean to interrupt you there, bud.
Yeah, no, good stuff. I just was saying too, it's kind of gonna be a bummer to have to deal with JJ like in our division and have to root against him because like we never want the Vikings to be good. The Vikings have nice weapons, but they're kind of a mess at other places. So I was hoping that they kind of wouldn't get him, but everyone kind of saw this from afar happening.
Yeah, I hate it because now I have to hate JJ. I have to root against him. It sucks because, again, I thought this kid was somebody who could really, really be a good NFL quarterback, someone you could like. And, that's a bummer to me. So, and now I got to root against him, and I got to go back against everything that I said because I need him to not be good because, we're going to play him twice a year. So, that's right. Hey, Michigan on Michigan hate, Hutch on JJ. So, Sorry, JJ. And this is, of course, all before it's even been announced, but I think this is pretty much the foregone conclusion.
And what's crazy is, like, we feel like, and we are kings of the North, but I'm not going to lie to you. I mean, between what Green Bay showed last year, the type of move Chicago has made, and if Minnesota can get Jefferson signed and happy, and they have a kid like this at quarterback, and they have an Addison, and they have a Hawkinson, and they have a decent, if they can put together a defense or their O-line or whatever's holding them back, like they're not shabby either. So it's like we got 4 teams that are all going to be battling each other. I mean, I still like our chances, but I wish that a couple of these teams were in rebuild crumble mode, and doesn't feel like it. Feels like everybody's on the come up right now.
Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, again, but Dan Campbell knows it's not going to be easy, right? He said we got this far, and it's not going to get any easier. So they got to do more because they didn't get to the Super Bowl. But then you really got to do more because you've got Caleb Williams, J.J. McCarthy, and Jordan Love, 3 young up and coming quarterbacks who are going to start, presumably winning games with their teams. So the teams in your division are getting better. I mean, but we're still the king in the North. If you have the drop, I'd love to hear it. This is a good spot, but no pressure, Oakley. But yeah, it's I agree. It's tough to see the other teams around you get better with players that you actually like.
Exactly. And ask and you shall receive. If I can get to it here, I think I got it.
The king in the North!
You pompous, stuck-up,
Right, that's for Aaron Rodgers.
snot-nosed, giant
That's for Aaron
twerp,
Rodgers.
scumbag.
That's a perfect transition.
Yeah.
Perfect transition since the Jets just traded. So.
Oh, and
that's
hey,
what I say
Aaron
to the
Rodgers,
Jets.
just a reminder, now that you're gone and because we hate you,
The king in the north.
that's the Detroit Lions. How's your Achilles doing, you freaking smug piece of garbage?
Yeah.
I still love where, like, he blew out his Achilles at play 4, and I said it couldn't happen to a worse player, and all I had to do was deal with Aaron Rodgers bots for like a week. Oh, I can't believe you'd say that. Oh, why would you root for an injury? Oh, he's not that bad. It's just like, have you watched this guy for like a decade? He's the biggest a-hole I've ever seen in my life. I didn't root for him to get hurt, but when he did, I didn't cry him a river. I was like, good, you know. And this is like, get out of here. I don't want to deal with you. So it's like, I just don't understand how anyone likes this guy, and he keeps showing what a kook he is by talking about like all the stuff he talks about. What a freaking weirdo. Not only are you a pompous jabron, but you freaking are just a mental case. I mean, why anyone could ever root for that guy, I have no idea.
Well, Andy's a liar, right? That's the
Yeah,
thing.
big time.
But whatever. Hey, don't. Okay, it's only pick 10, buddy. Take a breath. It's okay.
I mean, you bring up the smug, pompous guy that used to play in Cheddarville that now is in New York City, who everyone thinks is going to win them at anything, and he played 4 snaps last year, and he's just a 42 years old piece of garbage. Like, I mean, the absolute antithesis of the guy that's probably going to be taken here by our division rival, and that's J.J. McCarthy. Let's hear it.
The commissioner to make it official.
To help make the Minnesota Vikings selection, we are honored to have with us the surviving mother, brothers, and nephew of fallen hero, United States Army Sergeant Zachary Ewing. Zachary died after a battle with cancer, a cancer that was discovered after he was injured during his second deployment to Iraq. We salute him and thank his family and TAPS, the Tragedy Assistance Program for Survivors, which offers care to those grieving the loss of a military loved one. I'm now going to turn this over to Sergeant Ewing's nephew, Asher, who will announce the pick in honor of his uncle.
With the 10th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select J.J. McCarthy,
Michigan.
A huge ovation.
Hey, Oakery, remember when I said that JJ was going to go top 10 about 3 months ago and people said I was freaking nuts and he was going to be like a 3rd round pick? There you go.
Yeah.
He's happy. He's excited. The family's there. They're in Michigan. They're in Van Buren Township. And,
why is he in
happy
our
for
division? We don't want that. We want to root for him.
I know, man. That's a pretty not. I don't like that comparison there, Alex Smith. Ugh. But I know it's tough, man. That's a tough. But again, it seemed like it was almost a foregone conclusion. I was almost like, gosh, can he go to the Giants and then I can actually root for him out there? But can't root for him now. He's the enemy.
Exactly. You know what's crazy? Let's get back to our Lions. Is like, I'm looking at my Oakery target board. It's completely clean. I'm looking at lots of good names out there. I'm looking at, we're at pick 11. And you know the smug, pompous, arrogant Jets and their quarterback are going to take Brock Bowers or some other wideout or some other fancy hula medulla because they're held at gunpoint by this jamoke. So it's like, I feel like we are sitting pretty right now in regards to like what's on the board, what's went. It's going to be some good pickings for the Lions at 29 or sooner.
Yeah, this is the part, Oakery, now where you start to look, okay, a lot of quarterbacks, a lot of weapons off the board. Does Brad Holmes start working the phone and start looking for, okay, this is what I need. This is my guy. Man, do I need to move up to 13 to get Quinn and Mitchell? What do I got to do? Like, it'll be interesting to see what happens here. But just so everybody knows, that's the number 1 guy on both of our big boards. So There's no way he's dropping to 29. So we'll see how it goes. But the pick is in for the Jets, and man, we got our first trade, and it was kind of a one slot move up. So very interesting. I'm curious to see whoever takes the next quarterback is probably going to be the one that was trying to make that deal with the Jets originally. So good
Yeah.
times, man.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel good about how it's shaken out. I still can't believe the Michael Penix pick. I feel like JJ in our division's a bummer. The rest has kind of been as expected. CJ Latham was a little bit a late bloomer in the process, but I mean, that is what it is. And like I say, that pick by Harbaugh to me is still, they got a great player in Joe Alt, but I just don't know why you would think the guy's going to just magically play the other spot while you already have a great left tackle, too, because Slater is young and good. But I think it's setting up well for the Lions. And like you say, just the way the draft is so crazy, you have to see the whole picture. It's like last year when we freaked out once you saw all the picks. Like, even though we were frustrated by position value, we were very settled after round 1 that, hey, round 2 was incredible. Nice picks in round 3, got some talent later as well. So it's like by then we're like, hey, we like this overall draft rather than overreacting to the one pick. So I think that's going to be what we have to do too in this draft. Like, yeah, if they move up or whoever they pick, but what's the puzzle look like at the end is always the most important.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's funny, right? Because you can win a pick but lose the draft, right? Or people can think that you don't win a pick but you can still win the draft. So you're right. It's a whole puzzle. It's not a one round draft for a reason, right? So it's good stuff here. I think it's exciting. The Lions are in a spot where they just haven't been before, where it's like you can just take BPA and you don't have to worry about, oh my gosh, like if I don't get a this, there's no way I can even compete next year. And it's such a great feeling to have by our Lions here. So I'll turn it over to the commish.
In the 2024
Brock Bowers.
NFL Draft, the New York Jets select
Nope.
Olu Fashanu, tackle, Penn State.
So they go.
Thank you.
Don't say no if you're ahead of me. I thought we were trying to sync up, but I don't want to know no before the commish says it to me. But that's actually.
I didn't know. I was just saying that.
No, you didn't agree with my
I
pick. I actually think, as much as I hate to admit it too, a surprisingly half smart decision by. I mean, how many offensive tackles have the Jets not hit on? But to me, that's actually like hey, let's do the smart thing and either protect or be able to actually run the football with big bodies rather than a skill guy. But it's shocking because that's not what they do.
Yeah, no, I agree. That's everybody had Brock Bowers penciled in there, but it actually makes sense for them to go in there and actually protect themselves. So, you just had your quarterback get an Achilles. So nice work. I just don't necessarily know if that would have been the guy that I would have taken. So.
And this is the first team where, at least on my, the thing I pulled, which was basic needs, 5 needs for each team. This is the first team to select a player not on the needs, at least for that list. So there we go. I don't know. I mean, to me, Fashanu 2 is a good player, but he wasn't a slam. He's not like a no doubt. I mean, he had some good college, but people had some questions about that player. So it would be funny for them to get another tackle who just like can't either can't block or is too slow or whatever it is. You know what I mean? They've been known to do that with some of these other big bodies they try to get out there. So we'll see if it works. But
yeah, it's a curious one for me. And again, he wasn't even my highest ranked tackle at this point. So, I had Fuagu there, and I had Troy there, but ahead of him as well. So, yeah, curious. But again, 21 years old, 6'6", 319 pounds, 78 PFF score this past season. So, but anytime PFF says, the first line on PFF says, "You are not an incredible talent." Like,
Yeah.
that's the first line on their profile for him. Fashanu is not an incredible, but it says not only an incredibly talented. Okay, so they're saying he's a talent. But, all right, we'll see how it goes. I still wouldn't have made that pick, but I like the position, like you said. Makes sense to get somebody like that versus grabbing another tight end when you took Jeremy Ruckett was that 2 years ago? 2 years ago, you also took Zach Kuntz last year. And again, you still have Tyler Conklin on your roster as a tight end as well. So,
Choppy, I'm looking at the Oakley big board and like Quinyon Mitchell, Fuaga, Verse, JPJ, Futanu, Terrion Arnold, Latu, Newton, Cooper, like they're all there, and you're like, well, look, we're only at pick 12. It's like, people, we're at pick 12. I just gave you 10 players right there that I would love to have that are all at the top of my target board, and we're only, less than 15 picks away, basically, from when we'll be on the clock if we don't do a little move up. So I'm rooting here for Denver to take a bumski like Bo Nix and fumble around with their quarterback and their Walmart money for multiple more years while Sean Payton yells at everyone and runs himself out of another opportunity. And the Lions just continue to have guys slip down the board until Brad Holmes is ready to pounce. So I'm loving this.
Yeah. And again, I'll double down, Oakley. 0 defensive picks so far. 0. You've got QBs, you got wide receivers, and you got offensive tackles. Everything else has stayed off the board, which is good for our Lions. And we are, again, 5 quarterbacks taken in the top 10. So here with Denver, and let's see what the pick is in there. So they are going to pick, not trade.
We'll do the live picks, but let's get back to like what's the choppy best case scenario? What are you rooting for? Who, like, you've been consistent on, like, they're gonna trade up, but it's like, who is that guy and what time is right? Like, talk some of that through, because we got to figure out. I'm still undecided on, like, this is my best case scenario. This is my player. This is what I would do. I'm more of like, and this from our fantasy league sort of, is like, I go in with my guys highlighted and targeted, but I just let the board fall to me. And then when it falls, you decide, okay, is it fallen where I want to make a pick, or do I now want to trade for a player, more picks, whatever the other options are? That's how I usually draft, either in fantasy or in real life. But where are you at with it?
Yeah, I mean, again, so it's kind of funny. Like, there always seems to be like a bit of a run on corners. So do you want to get ahead of that and get your guy? Again, you're talking about Quinton Mitchell. You're talking about Terrion Arnold. You're talking about Wiggins. He's not on my board, but he's there. And then, of course, or do you sit back and wait and that a Kool-Aid's going to be there, a TJ Tampa? If I'm moving up, it's for a corner or it's for an edge. Man, Jared Verse, again, I'm hearing a lot of talk for him. The other guy, and I know he wasn't really big on your board, but now he's back on, and Latu, man. Latu. I could see them moving up. If they love him, jump up and get him, but I don't think you got to move up until, like, maybe 18, 19. So with this big run of offense.
So, Chops, I've doubled back on Latu as well. This is a guy that I know he played the last couple years. I know that he's somewhat checked out okay, but I went from, like, not wanting him at all to being somewhat okay to now, like, being more hesitant, because I just don't want to have that type of doubt that his career could be over with one bad hit or one issue, more so than, like, well, there's also the chance that he could go 10 years and be perfectly fine. I'm leaning the other way.
Anybody's career can be over with one bad hit. Just saying.
Man,
just saying. That's what you like to say. So.
In the 2024 NFL Draft,
Bo Nix, come on, please. Yes! Woo! Another bumski off the board that we have no interest in, and neither should Denver. I don't mind the kid, but I mean 12 overall, like, that's Sean Payton saying, I'm just gonna hope that between Zach Wilson and this kid, it can kind of get by. But
Hey, don't
neither
forget Jared
one.
Statham.
Neither
Statham.
one is winning
Oh.
you anything.
Love it.
Yeah.
Love it.
How
Good
stupid
stuff,
are
buddy.
some of these? Like, why are we not doing this for a living, Chops? I swear, these guys sit in these rooms in suits and spend months on this shit, and then they're like, "Oh, give me Bo Nix at 12 after all this other trade. I'm gonna do this. We're gonna make this dynamic pick." I mean, if anything, I would have rolled the dice and been like taking a nasty top of my board type player, and then say, we'll either get Bo Nix in round 2 or we'll figure out another scenario down the road. I just don't see him as that type of player.
I don't either, man.
So
But
weird
again,
to me.
And Denver's in one of those spots where they need a quarterback, but do you really want to wait, spend a top 12 pick on Bo Nix, where you could have gone into next year and been way worse and had a top 5 pick? Because I don't think they're winning anything this year with the roster that they've got. But
No.
I don't know. There's a reason why these guys make millions of dollars. I don't know what the reason is. I don't know. All I know is I'm not making millions of dollars, but I would not have done a lot of the stuff that these guys are doing. So.
But I'm saying maybe we should be, because they these guys are just making. They took Michael Penix at 8, and Sean Payton, the genius, just took Bo Nix at 12, who couldn't even survive at Auburn. Went out to Oregon, had a cup of coffee of good success, and now he's the 12th overall pick in a talent-laden, heavy draft. I mean, come on, man.
That these GMs they get enamored with these quarterbacks. This happens every year. Okrie, quarterback. I mean, again, Michael Penix ranked 30, my 36th ranked player. Bo Nix, PFF's 35th ranked player. And they're both top 12 picks. Like, I don't know, man. It's crazy to me. So
now the Raiders
he does protect the football. What do the Raiders do, man? Because the Raiders are another one. They were like, you knew they were chomping to look at quarterback, and they sure as hell are not taking Spencer Rattler. So now you got to think, and I say that name because he's the next QB on the board, really.
The Raiders need to do what the Raiders never do, which is beef up your big nasties and actually, get that together, and then, before you start paying Devontae Adams and these people that they always go for getting a speed player. I mean, who would put it past the Raiders to take, Xavier Worthy here? I mean,
I was going to say the Raiders. They're probably looking at Brian Thomas Jr. or some weapon for for Aiden O'Connell and Garden Minshew to throw the ball to.
Let's get Xavier Worthy, take the top off the defense with Adams and Gardner Minshew, and then we'll be good. It's like, no, you won't. You'll be the Raiders again.
Well, I mean, again, they still have Michael Mayer at tight end, so...
I'm saying take Fuaga or Fatanu if you're smart.
It should be Fuagu, but it'll be a weapon. Let's see.
The Las Vegas Raiders select Brock Bowers.
Oh, my God.
Oh.
Okrie. I'm going to choke. Brock... You just took Michael Mayer last year in the first round, and you double him up with Brock freaking Bowers.
Brock Bowers is dead. His career is over.
Sorry, Brock.
R.I.P. Brock.
Oh.
Sorry about your luck, buddy. What a horrible pick on so many levels. Idiots.
Again, I'm not, and this is the thing, Okrie. We both have Brock Bowers as our number 1 tight end. We both like him.
He's an incredible
player. We both think he's a good dude. But again, why? Like if these guys, now I'm getting animated. I'm gonna double down on your take. If these idiots can make this kind of money and make these kind of picks, why can't I make half of what they're making and help some of you guys out? You kidding me? Brock freaking Brock. Do you know what you took last year? Do you know what your team needs are? Like, look at the board, people. Look at your team needs. Oh.
Your new coach is supposed to be a badass that takes no prisoners and wants to be Dan freaking Campbell, and he's like, let's take a finesse offensive tight end to go with old Devontae Adams, and that's going to get us W's. That's going to get you exactly what it always gets you which is Raider football and a bunch of nothing. Like,
and again, I like their new coach.
So do I. That's what I'm saying. What a ridiculous marriage between a great badass coach with a top 15 tight end. I don't care how good he is. And as you said, Michael Mayer, your other wide receivers, your bumsky quarterbacks, your lack of. I mean, they have a couple defenders we like, obviously, like Max Crosby and company. But other than you justifying that by saying he was the top player. Just in general terms, but it doesn't matter.
But hang on though, this is my counter to that real quick. So that's a good point, Oakley. So you know how I'm on the best player available. That's best player available. That's the mentality that Brad Holmes can take. All right, not the freaking Raiders who were 6 wins last year. You can't take best player mentality. You have holes, my brother. Like you got to fill those holes. All right, and again, I get it. They signed Christian Wilkins. They have Max Crosby. You know, they have some stuff there, but again, I'm looking at your offensive line. Like Colton Miller is your left tackle, Dylan Parham, your right guard, Andre James, your center, Jordan Meredith, right guard, Thaler Munford, right tackle. You're telling me you couldn't have used what we have as the best offensive lineman in the on your team? Are you kidding me? Like.
I don't.
But hey, again, Oakley, this is working out for my Lions, baby. This is working out for my Lions. That's all I gotta say.
Definitely helps the Lions. That's for sure. Unbelievable, man. We're now basically mid round 1, and we still are at no defenders being drafted. We're still at everybody on my Oakley short board still being available. So. Not only do I have 50, 60 names, not one name has been picked, so I'm good, I think, through the rest of this draft, just on my short board here. I think Brad Holmes feels the same way.
Again, you're telling me you get to pick 14 and you don't have a defender off the board yet? Wow. Give me the Frank Ribble. Wow. I would not have picked that. So, and now we're out, Saints are on the board. They've got Derek Carr, Kamara, Olave, Shaheed, Juwan Johnson. Man, so their offense is, their weapons at least are in a good spot. So do they actually make a smart pick and take an offensive lineman here because they need that? I'm flipping through so many darn tabs here, but needs that I've got for the Saints. Offensive tackle, corner, D tackle, linebacker. Let's see. What are you thinking here, Oakley? They haven't put the trade in yet, so this pick may still be in play for someone who wants to get the best defender taken off the board.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's Fuaga Futanu. I mean, those are the 2 top tackles that any team that needs to protect their quarterback or beef up their ability to run the football, that's where I'd be going. But, I mean, everybody wants to get a fancy skill guy or get a, like I said, I don't know why people wouldn't want a Verse, a Turner, or some of these guys to get after the quarterback, too, and you still have good corners out there, too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I'm looking here. I know they got Marshawn Lattimore, but I still have corner as a need for them. So they got the Honey Badger at free safety. So
I'm looking.
They need some.
Let's do a real quick fantasy take, Choppy. So I'm looking at it. I like Marvin Harrison Jr.'s spot. Neighbors is kind of a coin flip, I guess, in New York. We've got Odunze is a nice fit, but they only got 1 football there in Chicago. Bowers is a bad fit with the Raiders, and you still got talents like your boy Brian Thomas. Where will one of the top running backs, Brooks, go? Will he go to the Dallas Cowboys or in round 2? You got talents like Benson and McConkey and Leggett and Worthy and A.D. Mitchell, which I've cooled on quite a bit here in the last week or two. All interesting players, but so far, a couple good fits and a couple not when it comes to fantasy and how this draft went down.
Yeah, you want a fantasy take from the Choppy Chop RSO League? You know,
Oh
when I
boy.
picked up Gardner Minshew to back up Jalen Hurts 3 years ago, and now he's still sitting on my roster. The
Yep.
guy's going to be the starter, and he's got all these weapons around him to throw the ball to.
Yep.
I'm kind of liking that. I might be able to flip that dude for a nice pick, but no, again,
Choppy, you flip
lots of head
everything for
scratchers.
everything. That's all. You're like a stockbroker when it comes to fantasy football. You just obtain assets to then try to manipulate assets to get more assets. That's what you do.
Well, always upgrading. If you're not trying to get better, then you're not trying. So
Always open for business.
That's right. That's right. It applies to Choppy Chop.
Hashtag what Choppy said.
That's right. That's right. So maybe I need to get like a hashtag you just got swindled by Chops or something like that. It's too long, but it fits kind of my nicknames. So
Yes.
Chops,
Like all of
watch
your
your back
things.
pocket.
Like all of your stuff, too long and not funny until we say it over and over and create it into something that is humorous.
Sometimes it takes a little bit of warming up too, and then you fall in love with it. So. All right, Okri. I think we said who we think the pick here. New Orleans did get their pick in. I think, again, if they're smart, they're going Fuagu. Or Fuaga, sorry. Not Fuagu. Not Wagyu. Fuagu. And but I still have, I actually have Dallas Turner ranked higher than him, but I don't see them going edge here with Cam Jordan and Carl Granderson. But
there is something to consider Lions wise. Like there was rumor innuendo that 15 Indy was the trade target for the Lions to jump up for Quinion Mitchell. I did hear that on multiple outlets, pods, radio, whatever it was. So now that Brock Bowers is gone, who is a guy that Indy was highly connected with, like Lions could be looking at their board and not only like a top defender. I mean, I don't know that they love Dallas Turner, but if everyone thinks he's the top edge rusher, if they like him more than Verse and Latu without the medical, like jump up to 15, take Dallas Turner, and there's your opposite of Hutch. Let's go. Get a corner later.
What do you think what do you think it cost you to do that, Okri? Hang on, let's let the commission get in.
NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Talaise Fuaga, tackle, Oregon State.
Well, there you go.
We're just showing off our genius here on the audio pod here, Choppy, with these predictions, these picks, these takes. I mean, doesn't get much better, man.
Yeah, I agree. Again, they made a smart pick here, so that helps their team. And so let's get back to real quick. Let's get it Lions. Let's get it Lions here. Like, what do you think to move up from? Oh, excuse me. What do you think it takes to get up to 15 here from 29? You got to give up quite a bit. Is it something that you're willing to do to grab the best defensive player, the first defensive player off the board, which is insane to say, by the way?
That would be a nice feather in the cap for Brad Holmes. I feel like what I heard at least was your second, is going to be your second and pick 29 to jump up. And then I don't know if there was anything other than that because the second is a really nice resource. So,
61 and 29. And do you get a kickback on the end? Because Brad Holmes loves those late kickbacks.
I don't know. I mean, I'm not very good. Like, it's really hard to predict all that. I just feel like I'm a proponent of not wanting to, unless you absolutely love this guy and he's the fit and all that stuff that we don't know. I'm more apt to keep my resources and say, like, is Dallas Turner really better than my pick at 29 and my pick at, where are we at, 61? I don't know. I'd probably rather have the two football players, but like you say, getting that top defender, if they love him and stuff, is something that can make some sense as well. So I don't know how I feel about it. I don't think it will happen, but if they absolutely and Dallas Turner has some questions. To me, he's not a no doubt player, but he plays from a good school, things like that. So,
do you have any questions about Quinion Mitchell? I mean, to me, I don't.
I mean, other than he played at Toledo, no, but everyone loves him and he's a big time position of need. It looks like they're clapping in Indy though, so it looks like they made a pick. Me and you both had Quignon as our top guy, so.
Yeah, let me see. So team needs for Indy right now, you're talking about corner, wide receiver, running back, interior O-line, and safety. So this may be the first defender off the board if they decide to go corner here. The other thing, let me just, again, so many things that we're flipping through here.
I just went to the Oakry big board. The first player that I did leave Fuaga on my board. He was my top. He was actually my second player. I thought he'd go quite a bit earlier, but the fact that he made it all the way to 14, was surprising. So that's my first guy that's crossed off on my list of 45 guys that I ranked A to Z, and then I've got another, 50 after that I have as targeted guys as well, somewhere in that range. So one out of all my list is off the board.
Yeah, so we talked about, they were interested in the tight end there with Brock Bowers. That was their big guy. But, the next tight end down is, Jatavian Sanders or,
No.
That's you're way down the board. So they're not going tight end. It's just too far down. Again, if it were my pick. An interesting name here for me, again, if I'm just spitballing here and I'm throwing names out there, I mean, Brian Thomas Jr. is ridiculous, and having him matched up with Pittman, and then you throw Downs and Pierce on the 3-4 spot there, man, you'd have a lot of weapons for your boy Anthony Richardson to get the ball to. Lots of options here, lots of options. Maybe what about again? I keep rambling here, but. This might be another offensive tackle to keep Richardson safe, too, getting injured last year.
Exactly. The Colts, when they're at their best, had that real nice O-line that kind of fell apart. Quentin Nelson even hasn't been very dynamic, it doesn't feel like, recently from what I've seen. But Troy Fautanu, to me, is a player that's so clean. I loved what he did at the Combine. He's a little bit older at 23 and a half, left tackle. Can play inside, they say. He doesn't really look the part, but hell, he had great feet and did it in college and all that. So, to me, he's still one of the higher ranked guys on my list. I'm looking at my overall with the site that we used, and the top couple is Turner, Verse, Mitchell, Terrion Arnold, Newton, Latu, Wiggins. Those are some of the top names. So, again, a lot of defenders, but
lots of defensive for Alliance to take there, buddy.
I'm never against beefing up your O-line for sure.
Mims is the highest ranked O-tackle with that from that group that we're showing in from PFF right now. So, PFF had him ranked at 20. We're at 15 right now. The pick is in. I saw other people having him in the mid-20s for Mims, but again, 6'8", O-tackle, 340.
Remember a few weeks ago, I was like, man, I saw an interview with Mims, and he just looked the part, said everything right, looked like a beast. Then I cooled on him because you watch him a little bit, and he's a beast at Georgia because they're so much better than everyone. But can he move his feet? Can he bend? I didn't think so. So I actually took him off my short list and just sort of put him in someone will take him as a project tackle that they hope will end up being an absolute beast. But I put him in the category of someone will take him and he'll be a guy that gets beat by speed and gets off balance and just never reaches his potential and is kind of a liability. That's my quick take on a player like that. Based on what I saw.
I just pulled up Indy's group here. Their D's actually, they got some names on D, man. Quiddy Pay, Buckner, Ibukum, Zaire Franklin, Kenny Moore, Juju Brent's. The more I look at this, I'm thinking if they're smart, they're going O-line.
Yeah. You know what I hope I see, which, you heard my love for Anthony Richardson, but I also love Jonathan Taylor, and, Pittman's a good player and stuff, so I'd love to see if they started running that option look between you got to deal with Richardson and Jonathan Taylor and hope that Taylor hits home runs like he did before. Let's see what they do.
Yep, I like it.
I'll go with Fautanu, my tackle.
Mims.
The Indianapolis Colts select Latu.
Wow. The end. first defensive player off the board. Wow.
So like that shows you that like the NFL, based on what they know or what they think medically, they're good with him, and obviously you love his ability as a technician. Excuse me, losing my voice, and just like what he's done the last couple of years. My thing is, if you're asking me, Choppy, like even if he's a great player, I'm more happy that another team's gonna take that risk, you know. Like, I like the kid, too. I've seen a couple things on him. He seems great, but like I say, how many of these guys? Remember Leighton Vander Esch? He's coming out with a neck. Oh, he'll be fine. And, like, 1 or 2 years into his career, he started, like, having neck issues and fighting through it and missing games. And then, you know, it's just the NFL's a badass league with big dudes that want to crush you. So it's like, I hope everything works out for him, but I just didn't feel that comfortable when it was all said and done that he's going to hold up for... He might even be good for like 4-6 years, whatever, but I'm spending 15th pick or whatever on you. Like, I need 8 to 10 of real top-end quality with no lingering issues, and we'll see what happens.
The funny thing that... Yeah, and again, injuries happen. I'm not going to dispute... You know how I feel about injuries, again. You know, he seemed like he's played healthy football for 2 years now. But this is the funny part to me. Again, we went through their positions of need. Edge is not on the position of need. If I would have told you at 15, this player would have been the first defensive player taken off the board, like, no way. No way. Just crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy.
I'd say no way. I guess I'll fight you on the injury thing, because when you hear me talk on the pod, my argument is, I don't like when people say, well, he's been injured, so he'll be injured. That's an argument I don't like to have, because an injury is freak. But what I don't agree with you on is that, like, anyone can get hurt anytime, but that doesn't mean that we take players with chronic issues, where this guy had to medically retire 2 years ago. They told him he'd never play football again. That's much different than, oh, he might get hurt next week on a hit, or a bus might catch him coming across the street. Like, that's... To me, they're different things. You know, it's a chronic, pre-known thing that you're rolling the dice on versus a random act that you can say might happen to anyone at any time. Or, like I say, if this guy just had, like, multiple years where he had ankle and a knee and a leg, and it's just like, to me, those are more random than one chronic neck issue that made you medically retire. I guess that's how I broke it down in the end when I thought about it. Injuries are random. What he has is more like serious and could be more career ending, or he could be fine. He could never deal with them again. But I wasn't willing to sort of just bypass that. Like, oh, it's just injuries. We'll see what happens. I wasn't willing to do that.
Yeah, I mean, again, it was a neck injury, right? So that's, you know, obviously that's something. But I wouldn't say that neck injury was chronic. But also, you don't know, you know, again, it's hard to say. You don't know. We don't have the medical records. We don't have the stuff. All I can tell you is that the guy started 25 games over the last 2 years. He's got a PFF ranking of 96, which is flipping insane for an edge. So, but again, look, I don't.
Chronic is maybe the bad word, but like, medically retire is different than I broke my leg 1 year, or I had an ankle sprain. You know, it's a different thing,
the other
different
thing
category.
to take into consideration is when that happened, he's a kid, right? He's 20 years old. He may be getting bad advice. You don't know. Like, that stuff happens too. You know, he gets a neck injury. His parents freak out, and they're like, "Hey, you need to retire. Like, I can't deal with my son being, getting hurt again." And then you see someone else. You get some more advice. You get other things. Like, that stuff happens, right? Again, the human element. These are people. We see them a lot of times as, like, we see the stats, we see the rankings, we see the tape, but underneath that helmet is a human. Like, you never know. But again, yes, medically retire at age 21 or 20 is concerning, but he has had 2 nice full seasons, and I'm happy for the kid. He's going to make some money. So
yeah.
I don't understand why the Colts would use that pick to take something that's not a position in need, but again, that's why they make millions, and I'm eating Skittles.
I was going to say it's another unique one where it wasn't even one of their 5 main positions listed on our basic site that we use. And so here's what I'm looking at, man. So getting back to our Lions, the guys that I have kind of a red dot next to right now, Quinyon Mitchell, he's 22.7 years old, position of need. Jared Verse, a little bit older, 23.4. Hey, I'm going to change I have my red dot right now on Newton because I didn't think this other cat's available, but Byron Murphy, the penetrating DT, is 21.6 years old. More of that Aaron Donald type penetrating absolute physical beast. I got my eyes on him right now. My wide receiver red dot, I got a little pushback on this from Santa and others is they were telling me, I don't like Lad McConkey like you, O'Gree. He seems tiny. I just don't see it. And I'm like, I had to explain to him again that it's more of a safe, clean player pick for me more so than a random swing on a dynamic talent like A.D. Mitchell or even your boy Brian Thomas. I know what I'm getting. He's going to be productive, and we would just be dynamic. I mean, just between him, Saint, J-Mo Speed, our running backs, to me, that would be a fun pick to get a McConkey type just because he's so clean and easy to put in the offense. So I have him right now as my Lions receiver target if they were to go that route. I don't think they will go that route, but if they did, that's where I would, be most happy, I guess. I wouldn't really be happy, but I would be accepting of that pick. You also have Graham Barton at 21.9 years old. Again, really has only played left tackle, but if you think he can play center and you want to train him for Ragnall's role, that could be a consideration. But you also know Penne is going to flip to the left, so you might have to rethink that one in regards to positions and roster. And then we also have Cooper DeJean over in my miscellaneous column at 21.2 years old, versatile chess piece, as I call him. So that's where I'm at. It's my top guys at each position that are highlighted and blue chippers, red dot, whatever you want to call it. And we are at pick 16. So still a ways to
we're
go.
At 16. Seattle's on the clock. Let me give a quick just where we're at with the draft. Going Seattle here. Of course, last year Jackson, Smith, and Jigba. Of course, they've had some nice corner picks here with Devin Witherspoon and Woolen here over the last 2 years. So there's a lot of interest out here. Again, their offensive line, they've got Charles Cross, Lakeland Tomlinson, Nick Harris, Bradford. So I don't know if I would say that offensive line is really a need for them. Let me actually pull up here what their team needs are listed with our site here. So,
interior tight end,
D-tackle,
I've got them right here. Interior lineman, tight end, D tackle, linebacker, edge.
Okay, yeah. So that's sitting there. So they got a couple options. They got a few things that they can go at. I could see them coming out and getting the next best edge. So the pick is in. We know they didn't trade it, but getting back to your Lions, I'm in lockstep with you, buddy, as far as the best names on the board. Quinyon Mitchell, again, this guy seems people have soured on him, but JPJ, man, Jackson Powers Johnson, offensive line there, Jared Verse, Terrion Arnold, Dallas Turner, again, all on the board still. Oakley, we're picking in 10 picks, and all those guys are still here. 12 picks, and all those guys are still here. So and again, I like the ratchet of Cooper DeJean as well. So
hold on, real quick take before this pick is made. So I heard late in the process that Seattle was doing a lot of work on corners. They just took my boy, which I didn't want the Lions really to take, but obviously I grew to love him, and he's gritty and nasty, and that's Devin Witherspoon. Could they really double Devin Witherspoon with Quinyon and get back to that, and they already have Reek Woolen too. They have so many good corners and stuff. So I don't see that happening. But here's the thing. You got to think of teams and matches. So when I look at our overall, to me, guys that match, like the Seattle Seahawks, they got Mike McDonald too, so they have a changeover, but their whole GM has always been about big, nasty, physical football players. So to me, the top two guys that fit that just at a glance are Byron Murphy. And to me, it's still too high for Newton, but I could see them really loving a guy like Newton. I heard a great stat on Johnny Newton. He played more snaps than any interior defensive lineman all last year, and his coach called him the best football player he's ever been around. It's just like those were two really nice things to put in his cap from a resume perspective. So hold on.
His coach at Illinois, the powerhouse of Illinois.
In the United States military, your sacrifices to defend our country's freedom do not go unnoticed. Thank you so much. With the 16th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Byron Murphy.
Choppy. Am I all over these picks or what? Like, I mean, I'm just knocking these things down like left and right.
I'm not going to knock it. You did say 17 names, but yes, you did say Byron Murphy, and it does make sense. I mean, again,
first.
The
That's
best
the first
interior.
name I said. I mean, I say these in order. I don't say like the last guy that I think they're going to take first. I say the first guy, and that's the first name I said when it came to.
And then you you followed up with this big long story about the other D tackle, about how he's the best player that the coach at Illinois, the football powerhouse of Illinois, saw.
Right,
Anyway,
which was the
fine.
second option if they didn't take Byron
all
Murphy.
Hail,
and then
all hail Oakrey's picks.
And I'm countering
I'm
your
not
point.
knocking you. I'm
countering your point about, who did Illinois ever have? Well, I think their coach is like the guy that used to coach at Wisconsin, so he had guys like, I don't know, you ever hear of TJ Watt before? You ever hear of a lot of Wisconsin players that were good on defense because they got big, nasty, corn-fed mothers up there?
Okay.
So, what?
I said he wasn't there when TJ Watt was there, but that's all right.
JJ Watt, whatever. One of the Watts is who he was with.
The
whatever.
Watts.
It's just like they had some good players. So, yeah, if he's calling Johnny Newton better than one of those Watt boys that were incredible, then, yeah, that's decent praise. But, I mean, come on. You're killing me right now.
That's a good – I'm killing you right now. I've been spending the last hour and 2 hours, kissing your boots and telling you how great. And I'm just saying that you did throw out a lot of names and then say I'm killing it. But yes, you did. You got it. You took it. Byron Murphy. I agree. T tackle was the top need on their board, and they followed it, which is good.
Choppy, the reason I'm tooting my horn is I feel like 6 out of the last 8 names that I've yelled off before the commissioner said them have been correct. I mean, I feel like I have a nice percentage if we're talking about the sport we shall not speak of.
You got to trade here.
I ain't going to be the Lions.
Vikings are on the clock.
Yeah. Oh, the Vikes are trading up too. This was another Lions and Jags trading, but the Vikings are going up there probably for like a, let me see here. Interior.
I'm assuming an interior lineman. They must really like. I
could see him taking an edge. They just lost to Neil Hunter, so I had him taking.
Edge. They just selected Neil Hunter, so.
I had him taking Chop, but now with that Verse and Dallas Turner on the board, I'd say it's probably, if you'd like me to say them in order, this is probably Dallas Turner to the Minnesota Vikings, Choppy. There you go.
Okay, there you go. You said it. Now you're on the clock, and here comes the commish so he can validate how amazing you are.
The Jacksonville Jaguars had traded the 17th pick to the Minnesota Vikings. With the 17th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Dallas Turner.
Hashtag what Oakrey said again. Oh, I got this board stacked and locked. Give me a job, Brad Holmes.
I don't love these names that are going to the divisional rivals here, but
no.
Man, Dallas Turner falling to 17. Wow. Dallas Turner. All right.
You know what's so funny is, like, I would love to always see, especially our GM, but these other guys, when people take these guys that they have, like, no interest in or that they knew were going to drop because they can't do this, they can't do that. And us as fans just know them as, like, where they're rated, where Brad Holmes is like, Minnesota, good luck with Dallas Turner, you know, is probably more his take, but...
Dallas Turner. Well, and again, I know this is a guy that you were kind of, you hemmed and hawed about him. I know you kind of had him in your like slot 2 rank, and then you didn't rank him for a while. So, again,
No,
I think he's got some medical issues too. So,
I think our argument was I didn't have him on my Oakry shortlist because one, didn't think he'd be there, and I don't love the
that's what it
player.
was.
He didn't fit perfectly, but I didn't expect him at this point. Like I said, we had that discussion a little while back. Like I definitely wouldn't have been upset if the Lions loved him and went up and got him at that point, but he just didn't really fit the criteria to be on my.
So Jacksonville looks like Jacksonville moves to 23. I haven't seen the terms on the trade yet, but Jacksonville does move to 23, and that pick originally was Cleveland's that Minnesota got.
Houston.
And then
it might have been Cleveland, then Houston, then Minnesota.
I think it was Cleveland, then Houston, then it's bounced. So I don't know who the original owner of it was, but it's bounced a lot actually, which is kind of funny. So, but Jacksonville has got the 23, the 23rd pick now, and Minnesota was moved up to get Dallas Turner. So Cincy is on the clock. Again, this is another interesting spot because you got Joe Burrow. He's been injured a few times. I love that kid. They just got to keep him healthy. They got to keep him upright. It's ridiculous that he keeps getting hurt. So
who do you like between Quinion and Terrion Arnold if they're both on the board?
Q's mine. I got Quinion. I got him. I know that that's not the popular choice, but man, I like him more.
I'm looking at my board and I guess I have Quinion there, but I have Terrion Arnold a little bit down on our quote unquote big boards that I can't say are perfectly ranked, but I also kind of didn't think Terrion would be there, and I'm looking at it now. He's 21 years old. Quinion is 22.7. They're both similar size. I actually feel like Terrion Arnold's a cleaner player in regards to on and off the field. Obviously, he played at Alabama, so he gets that check mark as well versus Toledo. So
it all comes down to who's a Brad Holmes, Dan Campbell kind of guy, and they love Quinion. He's got that dog. So, but again, that doesn't necessarily impact our board. So.
I just think if both those guys are around here, that they're going to be at the top. Because, as much as Brad Holmes wants to tell you, I think we're good at corner and this and that,
we're not.
The reason I keep saying it's the biggest need is because we just lost a guy that they put a good chunk of money into. He was a starter for us. You lost him. So the easiest replacement is to replace a guy like that with another guy that's younger and better and can cover a coffee table. And to me, right now, Terrion Arnold and Mitchell come in right away, and they're either CB1 or CB2, whereas these other guys are Newton's a rotational player, Jared Verse is somewhat rotational, receivers are in the mix, offensive lineman is basically a red shirt unless you're better than Graham Glasgow, in my opinion. So,
yeah. The other thing I should have put a caveat out, and I didn't get a chance to put this out to the Twitter, the loyal Twitter followers. I am not tweeting at this time. I know it's that's one of the things that we like to do during the draft and during big things, but there's just too much going on, too much analysis. So darn well we'll be tweeting this out to people and getting this content out there, but. So all those people who were expecting to see big choppy predictions, big Oakry picks live on the Twitterverse, I think we will take the time to tweet out our pick for the Lions, of course, but I have not been able to keep up with the Twitterverse. So. Yeah. Receiver, tight end, those are all T. Higgins wants out. Do they replace him with another LSU boy, and with Brian Thomas Jr.? What do you think? What are you thinking here? If you're the Cincinnati Bengals.
I mean, you don't go get a player like that until you've moved on from the other player. But I love T. Higgins, to be honest. I don't know why that They either can't figure that out. It's so weird how like the San Francisco 49ers pay everyone and keep everyone, and a cheap team like the Bengals will have stars and they never pay them. They don't pay anyone. It's like, makes no sense. They paid their quarterback, but how do you not have money for T. Higgins? It's like, okay, you want to keep Jamar Chase too. It seems like you should be able to keep your top 5 guys, you know, at whatever position they are if you're smart and you are willing to pay but also have a budget that makes sense. So no, I wouldn't go that route. I would go more like I'm trying to see Cincy, you know, interior defensive line or corner. So it'd be, you know, I would go more on the defensive side, and I would be more, you know, again, you want to protect Joe Burrow too. So my boy Fatanu is still there. I'd go more with like a corner here. I'd go with Quignon or Terrion, and to me, I feel like most teams are going to have it more as like Terrion Arnold Quignon, to be honest, and we have it the other way. So I'll go with Terrion Arnold here.
Well, the other rumor is that Trey Hendrickson wants out too. So again, you never know. They're just rumor speculation, but I know both those guys put on their socials that they were not happy and they were, you know, wanting to move on. So that comes out, you don't want to assume they have to do it, but it's out there, so maybe they feel like they might have to replace. So again, do you talk about a Jared Verse, or a Terrion Arnold, or a not Terrion Arnold? I'm sorry. What's the other? I also heard, and again, this is high for me. I'm not interested in this, but I also heard some rumbling about Chop Robinson here too. So I don't know. We'll see. But Jared Verse definitely wasn't on the board when that came out. So. If they want edge, they got to go Jared, in my opinion. And the pick is in, so they are going to make a pick. They did make, and to address the secondary too. I know they did pick up some secondary help with Von Bell and Geno Stone. So, but corner is not a bad pick here with DJ Turner being your corner, and then they got Cam Taylor-Britt on the other side too. So Dax Hill in the mix.
And
Jordan Battle.
I don't know. I'm going to change it just because I feel like they might want to protect Joe Burrow more. And I just love Troy Fatanu. He's such a good player from Washington. He's a versatile and a guy that I could see their coach being like, he's just a clean, good player on the offensive line.
In the 2024 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select.
This is going to be my pick.
Amarius Mims. Tackle.
Oof. Instead of the clean player, they took the risky guy that I said I was hesitant on.
He's a freak. He's big, but yeah, I agree. He's the riskier pick, but I think he has more upside. Where I agree. Troy Fatanu is the safer pick. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
But we also know they like to gamble in Cincy, so.
I guess, but doesn't their coach, he seems like a wimpy, kind of like wanting all nice guys, offensive guys, easy guys to get along with. Like, that doesn't, Maurice Mims seems like a big nasty beast that might be hard to control for a wimp like Zach Taylor.
You gotta have those guys sometimes, you know?
Yeah. Interesting.
Well, again, another name off the board that I don't think we really had too much interest in coming to the Lions.
Nope.
So
Nope.
Good for us. Good for us.
Exactly.
All right. So again, now we're at pick 19 with the vanquished LA Rams on the clock.
The Rams are going to take Byron Murphy. There's no question. Put it on the board. It's already done. They're quote-unquote Aaron Donald replacement.
Byron Murphy, who got picked at 16 by the Seattle Seahawks?
Oh, damn. That's right.
I'm just saying, are you sure about that? That's a pretty bold statement.
All right. Well, Johnny Newton, then. Next guy down.
All right. Yeah, I can see them doing that. But Oakrey, they're not going to take a quarterback? The heir apparent to Matthew Stafford?
Let's go take another weapon.
I don't have Cooper Kupp and Puka Nacua and Demarcus Thomas. I need another one. How about a tight end to fill in that role with Tyler Higbee.
You want to talk about hashtag what Oakley said. How about Puka Nakua from BYU? I did a whole show on the guy like 3 months before the draft. I knew he was good. I knew he went to the right team with the Rams, and then I still didn't take him in our Reality Sports Online draft when I could have.
That was silly. So I'm looking at their, let's see, so interior defensive line. They've got Colby Turner, late pick last year, who pretty bloomed well in the late end of the season. This pick is not in yet, by the way. There's 2.5 minutes, so they may be looking at a trade, but I don't see anything.
You know who they like to trade with, don't you?
The Detroit Lions. And who always wins when they trade with that team? The Detroit Lions.
B3.
Who always takes them to the who takes them to the woodshed and beats them? Brad, always open for business. Holmes, rubbing those meat hooks, slapping the table, yelling and hollering, and taking advantage of NVIDIA GMs.
AKA Big Bad Brad.
Wow, they're really taking this one down, man. They're under a minute 30 here. So somebody's scrambling around trying to figure out something.
You know the thing I love the most about the Rams, and this is like
nothing. I like nothing about the Rams. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. This is
no. I mean I love. I know we like wanted it, and it was such a great thing to beat them in the playoffs. I mean, you be there. That was incredible. But there's a couple things I like. One, I feel like they're always progressive. Like they're ahead of the curve. They're also like outside the box people, where like that whole draft house and some of the things they do is like. It can actually come off kind of pompous in a way, but also I look at it as more of they just think differently than these other teams, and it's worked out decently well for them and for the most part. I know there's even been some picks where I'm like, how could they take that player? And then they end up being really good and really worth it. So I like a lot of things about what the Rams do now, whereas like years ago I just thought they had no clue. So I give them props for some of these crazy things they do, more so than hate on them for not doing what everybody else thinks, you know. And that's what Brad Holmes talked about lone wolf and just listening to his guys. He really has that same approach where he doesn't call up Mel Kiper to see what he thinks about anything. He could care less, you know.
No, he doesn't care. You are exactly right.
But I love their jerseys. I love their skill players. You know what's crazy, too, about the LA Rams? Like, they put so much resource into their O-line. I mean, we talk about the Lions O-line. Like, go look at what the Rams have spent on interior guards, tackles, centers. I mean, their whole line is either drafted or paid. And like 2 years ago, they had a bunch of paperweights on the offensive line. Like, guys that were just stiffs at every position.
Yeah, you got Steve Avila, Jonah Jackson, Alaric Jackson, Dotson, and Havestein.
Incredible.
So
like four studs and then one guy that's...
I'm getting a feeling here this might be a corner. This might be the next corner off the board, Oakley. Could this be Quinyon Mitchell or maybe Terrion Arnold? I
mean, it definitely could be.
I'm thinking corner here.
They never really cover that well, but they've always been like guys up front, and then offense have been their two focuses. So I'm going with my boy Johnny Newton.
In the 2024 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Jared Verse, defensive end.
I can't argue with that pick, man. He was the best edge there. So they don't have. They needed some help on the edge. Again, they only have Deshaun Jackson and Bobby Brown as their edge players right now. So
what about your boy off the edge, or is he playing interior?
No, Colby Turner's their nose tackle. He's more interior penetrator. So
I mean, he's like a 3-tech. He's not a nose tackle. He's not a big guy. He's a get after the quarterback from inside type of player.
I'm just going by what they have him listed on their official website, which is nose tackle. So maybe he's more interior than the other guys. That's all. But he's a DT, but he is a penetrator, so he's not a run stuffer. That's for sure.
Yeah.
All right, Jared Verse, the one I like to call Verse. Off the board. So Okri, Quinyon Mitchell is still available. He's still our top player on our big board.
Yes.
He's top on our positional rankings. Corner is a position of need. Wow. There's still time. And here at Pittsburgh, what are you hearing out of Pittsburgh, Okri? What are you hearing or feeling?
Well, let me get back to our lines. What do you think about I mean, we've tried to make more of an emphasis on these big boards lists that we made, but I'm kind of second guessing my list of Quinyon over Terrion, but I feel like Terrion was going top 12-ish or top 15, and now he's still here. So do I stick with my list, or do I reconsider now based on who might be available? Because I do love the character of Terrion Arnold, and I almost feel more comfortable with him because of where he came from. But Quinyon is probably the more physical type player, so I don't know. What do you think? Stick with my list, quote unquote, or change it up with my gut here?
I mean, you can't ask me what I think you should do, like, because when I do, you know what you're gonna you take the opposite. That's the dynamic that we have, Okri. You're like, Chops, what should I do? It doesn't matter if it's fantasy football. It doesn't matter if it's fantasy hockey. It doesn't matter if it's about a job. It doesn't matter about what it is. If you're like, oh, Okri, or Choppy, what should I do? I'm like, hey, Okri, do this, and you're like, awesome. Exact opposite, and it usually works out for you. So
yeah, that is true to some degree. I also think sometimes I ask you what, and you give me some ho hum bula answer, and so I either do what I want or I do the opposite because I don't know what you just told me. But in this instance, with the draft, I guess I don't know. We'll see. I guess there's still quite a. Where are we at now? We're at 20, so 9 picks. A lot could happen. So.
Still, a lot can happen. Still 11 picks ahead of us.
I feel like the consensus is. I guess I'm trying to decide. What do you think the consensus is Terrion over Quinyon, or do you think the NFL and us in general thinks Quinyon is the better player?
PFF has Quinyon as 9, Terrion is 14. Our other default ranking, I can't remember who this one's through, but they have Quinyon at 14 and Terrion at 15. And my personal ranking is Quinyon over Terrion, so I kind of met with what the trends are at. And again, it's hard to go. There's so many rumors, man. There's so many innuendos. There's so many of this insider information, quote unquote. But I mean, again, just remember 2 months ago, Nate Wiggins was like the top guy for the Lions. So, or not for the Lions, but for corners. So lots happens. So.
Do you put much stock into the age differential of a year or more, or do you just look at the player?
I mean, look, a year, no. 3 years, yeah, I do. Like, again, I want a kid, and I want to, but again, if you're telling me, do you take a guy who's 2 years younger, but he's not as, he didn't have as great a college career, or he doesn't have as a higher projection, then no, I don't care about the age too much. Like, but 22.7 years old versus 21.9, or 21.0, sorry, for Terrion Arnold does not move the needle for me or make me nervous at all. He's a year and a half older than him, so same size, same height, but I just think Mitchell has that Detroit dog. So I have him listed as the top guy.
Yeah, that's a good take. I guess I was going through some of it's surprising. Like Brandon Fisk, who we liked in the process, is 24.2 years old, where like a Chris Jenkins is 22 years old. So there's almost a 2 full year difference between those two players, and I was surprised, because you don't really think of that. You just see the guy, the helmet on, and what he does, but that 2 years is half of a rookie deal,
Well, the deal is still the same, but yeah, you're right. It's
in length. I'm saying like a 5-year or a 4-year deal. It's basically 2 years difference, where like the one guy is going to be 28 and the other guy is going to be 26 when those come up, and to me that matters, So
real quick on Pittsburgh here, they're about to go up. They made their pick. Team needs O tackle, interior O line, wide receiver, corner, D tackle. Are they going O line here? Yeah. Are they taking Troy Fatanu It's safe. It's Pittsburgh. It's Mike Tomlin protecting Russell Wilson and Justin Fields, the dynamic duo.
I'm debating between Johnny Newton or I got a wild card here.
Of course you do. What's your wild card?
Wild card is dependent on other things that they may or may not be doing. If they've decided they cannot trade and obtain a player like Brandon Ayuk, who they've been rumored to enjoy, I could see Brian Thomas Jr. going here. Big physical player, dynamic talent to help out their two bumsky rolls of the dice at quarterback who they think are going to work out for him. But I love Mike Tomlin, and he's already drafted like corners and edge rushers and interior. I think he'd like a guy like Johnny Newton, but I would think he'd probably just go for more of the help out my quarterback, which is the wide receiver type player here. So that's my
So
wild
Pickens,
card.
Van Jefferson, and Calvin Austin III is their current top three. And you got Denzel Mims in there, Fitzpatrick, Quez Watkins. So, kind of ho-hum after you hit the top three there. But
all those guys you mentioned
that's,
other than Pickens are nothing to me. Like, I mean, again.
You love Van Jefferson.
I used to love him. You give like 4 years of no production, I kind of lose love for you.
Tonight, 32 young men will embark on their NFL career, striving to make an impact on the field. But their impacts will be felt far beyond their field, but in their communities. No one embodied that more than Walter Payton. And today, the league's highest honor, the Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year Award, presented by Nationwide, recognize his lasting legacy. Tonight, we are proud to welcome the 2023 Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year with Cam Hayward.
I'm changing my pick. Johnny Newton, the heir apparent to this guy right here.
You're changing your pick, huh? All right. Newton's your guy.
To the Payton family, the NFL, and nationwide. The NFL draft is special. To my fellow NFL players and the prospects joining the league this week, I want to challenge you. Use your platform to brighten someone's day. The opportunity before you is a gift. And by coming here and being in this league, seize that moment. Be better in our communities, be better for our league and our world. Thank you so much.
Good speech. Good guy.
Yep. I like it. I like the guy. Good quality dude.
And with the 20th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Troy Fautanu, tackle, Washington.
There you go. Safe Tomlin pick.
Hashtag what Choppy said.
Here they go to Washington.
Yeah, no, that's a good call. I love Samoan or these Hawaiian players. They're always nasty beasts. I guess it is a great fit, but I don't know. I viewed him more as like a talented tackle than a mauler, but I can see that, he can play left, right, whatever you need him to do. And Pittsburgh was good when they had guys up front. So
yeah, they needed O-line help for sure. I mean, they needed everything across the O-line. So, and again, you got mobile quarterbacks. You need somebody who's going to be able to give them some time and space. So I think, again, like you said, he's very clean, low risk. He's just going to help up front. Like, you don't have to worry about anything else off the field. He can play tackle and he can play guard. You can shift them around, like you said.
Hey, I want your take on Jackson Powers Johnson for the Lions, because when I looked at him, he's a center/right guard is where he played most of his snaps. 21.2 years old. He's got kind of a crazy personality, like kind of out there, and I'm curious if that would mesh up with our guys currently or not.
He's a bit kooky. I mean, or eccentric, I guess, is probably the right way to say it. But I kind of like having some of those personalities. You don't want just everybody falling in line. But the guy wants to get better. Like you mentioned, I mean, I did a little bit more film on him, and he's kind of squatty, I guess is probably a good way to say it. Like,
yeah.
but I also think he's got a lot of versatility that he's not getting some credit for too. So I'm still really high on him on my board. I'm going through with who's left and who's there. If you're going offensive line at this point, like he's the next on my board. So I like him. I know Graham Barton is getting a lot of love, some Zach Frazier love out there, but I feel like those guys are kind of in the mix after JPJ. Um, but here we are. We're at pick 21 with Miami, and let's see.
The pick is in. This is what Peter Schrager had the
fast.
Lions jumping up to 21 for Verse in his mock. Obviously, Verse is gone, but obviously that trade is not happening. I guess my question, just to finish up on JPJ, like, I think a lot of people are jumping to this conclusion that Ragnow's done next year or the year after, and there's really nothing to indicate that other than he's been dealing with these foot injuries. So until he really indicates that he's a year out, I backed off the whole wanting to get a direct replacement. Now, if the guy can play both guard spots and have center flex, okay, then that's well worth it wherever you take him. But if you're just trying to take a center that you think's going to replace Frank when he can't play anymore, I think that's a reach of sorts, unless Frank has told them personally, like, hey, I'm going to play one more year, I'll be done, you save all that cap money, and you'll have your guy in the wings. So
Yeah.
unless you think that's happening, I've kind of cooled on that whole idea, especially in round one. Like, if you can find a guy in rounds 2, 3, 4 that can do that for you, great, but I'm just going to roll with Frank Ragnow until he decides to hang him up, and then I'm going to go get another guy that can snap the football.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with that. Like, I'm not saying, like, get a guy. Like, if JPJ comes in, I promise you he would start at least 4 games this year because of what happens on that O-line. I'm not saying Frank is done. I'm not saying Graham is done. I'm not saying Zeitler is done. Like, but I just like his versatility, and O-linemen just get hurt. Like, they just miss games. It just happens. Like, and again, I like the idea of having a guy that you can shift around. Again, if he can play all 3 spots when Graham is out for 3 games, or Frank, the turf monster bites the other toe and he's out for 4 games, whatever it is, I like that versatility. Again, I like his, he is nasty, dude. Like, he's nasty. He likes to hit people. He likes to throw them around. He wants to beat you down. And I think that fits in well, even though he is a bit zany. So, but again, the other thing too, Okri, and this is what I want to say here before this Miami pick comes in. Like, I don't disagree with that mindset when you're picking high in the first round. And the first round draft pick is still a first round draft pick. Don't get me wrong. But, like, I feel like if you have a top 10 pick and you flub it up, it can totally mess you up. If you're picking the third last pick in the first round draft and you quote unquote, don't crush it, it's not as big of an impact. Now, I'm not saying it doesn't matter. I'm not saying Brad Holmes can do what he wants and mess it up. Like, I'm not saying that at all. All I'm saying is the pressure is not quite as high for a guy when he's picked 29th versus 6th.
Mm-hmm. So. Yeah. I guess one thing that, we always talk about what's important with these picks, like a reason I lean on offensive line picks are not only they safe, but they play every snap. And I feel like the problem a lot of people do is when they draft these part-time players with these premium picks. And like Brad Holmes, and people could tell me, oh, I don't care about position value, I take my guys. I mean, the reason Gibbs has worked out is because, yes, he's sort of a part-time player, but he's just so dynamic and such a game changer that it makes sense. But if you draft like a receiver and you barely use him, or you draft a rotational tackle, defensive tackle that is, or even an edge that's not going to be out there a ton, it's not as impactful to me as a guy that's going to be. That's why quarterbacks are the end-all be-all. They touch the football on every offensive play, and they make all the decisions. So that's another thing I take into consideration. And the reason corners are risky, but the reason I like them is you get a top one. He's not only out there all the time, he takes away the other team's number one every game for you, basically, is the best case scenario. So those are things I think we need to consider. So like when you said, oh, well, JPJ is going to play 4 games. He better be like an end-all be-all player after that, because I'm not taking a guy at 29 for a 4-game injury bubble. If it happens, he's got to be more than that. So.
Eagles on the clock, Jaguars behind
It's nice to not have a starting piece position open that you have to fill. So,
Right.
What do you think of Miami here? I'm thinking edge.
I don't know. Stop looking.
The Miami Dolphins select Chop Robinson.
Yes.
Love it. That's
I did
so
not
good for our
want
Lions.
Chop, so now he's off the possibilities. Thank you, Lord.
That is the defensive player that I wanted to come. I'm so glad. Again, I heard, like I think I mentioned, I heard the rumor with him moving up a little bit in that, in that like 17 to 19. I'm so happy that I love Chops, but I don't love Chop Robinson. I'm so happy that he took a slot ahead of us. That is awesome. And again, if you guys look at it, I actually just didn't even put him on my board because I did not want him.
Without without going into the 10-minute full history story, what's the origin again of the Chops nickname? Is it because you had big old chop sideburns, or you like lamb chops, or I don't even know what it is. I just always called you that.
You really don't know? Is this a serious? You don't know?
Yeah, no, I don't know. Is it? Are we able to
So,
say? Or is
Yeah, we can say we can. So we both worked for a certain organization
Yes.
that belongs to the Illiches.
Yes.
And when I was an intern there, one of the guys there, shout out Tim Paget,
Yes.
he gives nicknames to all the interns.
Yes.
And so at the time, there was a reality TV show on called The Simple Life, or A Simple Life, that starred Paris Hilton and Nicole Richie. And so apparently, Mr. Tim Paget is a huge reality TV show guy. So this came out the year I was an intern. I'd met him like twice, and he looked at me and he goes, "You remind me of this kid that's on this show. He's dating. He's messing around with dating or on the show with Paris Hilton. His name's Chops something." And again, I had no clue what he's talking about. I'd never seen the show. Don't even, whatever. And he's like, your name's Chops. Your nickname is Chops. And man, that was like 2004. And here we are 20 years later. And everybody that has anything to do with the Illiches still calls me Chops. It's just great. It's stuck. And I've
Nice.
embraced it. It's been the start of so many amazing hashtags. Hashtag Choppy Likey. Hashtag what Chop said, whatever it is. So, just good stuff. That's the actual
Nice.
story. No, I did not have mutton chops. No, I did not carry around an axe and chop a bunch of stuff down. I'm not a lumberjack, but no, it was from an internship with the Red Wings / Tigers.
Nice.
And so that's the nickname. And Chops is so much better than Chop.
Nice. A little bit more context than we needed for the people, but a good story nonetheless. I thought I remembered you as a guy that you had some crazy chop sideburns. I thought back in the day. So
No.
Yeah, you did.
No. I've been clean shaven, clean cut. I have a goatee. That's it. There was never any chops or long sideburns.
Yeah, you
or
had
any
the
of that
rock
bull-
sideburns when I first met you way back in the day. I'm pretty sure, but
God,
I.
full of it.
So my 2-second funny Tim Pageant story is he let me come over for an event one time, and there was like a big hockey bag sitting in the office there, and I was like, oh man, who was a hockey player? This was back in my heyday when I could skate and actually do some things. And he was like, oh, that's mine. And if anybody knows Pageant, he's like 6'5", skinny, just kind of didn't seem like a hockey player at all. And I laughed so hard. Oh man, I thought it was the funniest thing ever. And he was so offended because I had no thought that he could be on skates ever. And we're good friends and he's a great guy. Don't get me wrong, but I just remember laughing. I was like, no, seriously, who's the hockey bag? He's like, mine. I play. I'm like, no, you don't. Come on. You can't be on skates. Look at you.
He's such a good dude, but he's like, you're right. He's like 6'6", gangly, goofy looking.
Right.
Like I have another phenomenal Tim Paget story too that we could tell later. But maybe we'll save that for the later part of the show. But yeah, I have a great story with him that like actually kicked off my career at the with the Illiches, but we won't get into that right now. Phillies on their pick is in. They're at pick 22.
I feel like this is
You know,
Quinion, man. This is Quinion.
I think they're listen.
They always take these athletic, nasty corners. Is what they love to do.
I think it's Cooper DeJean. I'm saying Cooper DeJean. I think they've liked this kid. I think they fell in love with him.
I mean, you just brought CJ, that used to be my GJ, back. Do you think him and Cooper are going to get along well? One clean-cut Iowa boy with our boy Ducey?
I don't think they necessarily have to get along, but I think they like the versatility that he's got. And again, I know they had a top pick. They had a couple meetings with him. That is a good point about CJ though. It'd be a fun dynamic, right?
It's kind of crazy that
What if it was Kool-Aid? What if we went Chop and Kool-Aid back to back?
I still like. I mean, we are literally 6 picks away from the Lions. They're just holding their water. Well, what do you think about a trade out? Dan freaking Campbell did say on the radio, if our guy isn't there, we will trade back, almost like indicating that they have like one main target that they were in love with. I don't know who that may be. To me, it would be either like a Newton, or I could see them falling in love with my former boy, still a guy like Darius Robinson. All these other guys to me are kind of like.
There's so much good talent on the board. Like trading back right now, I don't know. If it's back not too far, I could see him doing it. You know, move back 4 or 5 spots if somebody really wants to get in there. But man, there's a lot of good talent on the board here at secondary and at edge.
What I'd love is like if you do trade, let's say you get like the picks in those 30s, 40s, plus like another pick in the 60s, 70s. That'd be nice.
Bro, yeah. Again,
third next year.
There's a lot of there's just so many names. Here we go.
I was about ready to turn it on. He's going to give a 5-minute speech again, though. But yeah, we got to start getting the Okri and Choppy picks ready. So I'm with you, I guess. I'm going to stick with Quinion if he's still there as my top guy, Arnold as my next guy, and then Newton as my third guy right now. I feel like I'm going to wait on O-line based on what I said earlier. Cooper DeJean, to me, has some question marks. And
I'm going to throw a name out there, and it's going to make you funny. You're not going to like it, but...
What is it?
For me, I'm saying for the Lions. So, I never know when the commissioners can actually talk here. Still blabbing. All right, my off-the-wall pick for the Lions. Wide receiver, Brian Thomas Jr.
Oh, you love him so much.
Roger. Good evening to those of you from the beautiful land down under. With the 22nd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Quinion Mitchell, defensive back.
Damn it!
No, you got it. You got it, and I hate it, and I hate you for it. Ugh.
Gosh, he's clean too. Look at him. He looks like a pro.
He's a pro, bro.
That's all right, man. I love Terrion Arnold. That makes it a little bit easier for me if they're both there. I'm okay with it.
I'm looking at this board here. You actually had Kool-Aid above both those guys. So that was a while ago. That's not fair. So, man, I was hoping. I was really hoping that he would fall. But, he did fall. Yeah, not getting taken until 22, but that's all right. Again, he's on our board. Who knows? He may not have been on theirs, because that's a spot where I felt like they could have tried to move up if they really loved a guy, but obviously it wasn't the guy they really loved. So
I did hear Jacksonville is like a no doubt corner
this was
team.
Minnesota's original pick too. So.
Well, yeah, but it's with Jacksonville right now, right?
Jacksonville's got it. This was the pick. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. This was the pick that got traded from Jacksonville, where they moved back with Minnesota. Minnesota jumped back up to grab Dallas Turner. So, sorry, Go ahead.
No, what I was saying though is like I've heard that Jacksonville was a no doubt corner team. So Terrion Arnold seems like a easy pick if that's the case for them. So if both those guys are off the board, then yeah, I'm shifting my focus to probably my boy Newton, and then some of the O-line may probably come into play. Let me follow up on your Brian Thomas. Like, what's your thoughts on my somewhat love for a Ladd McConkey type, clean, easy, offensive player? I'm not trying to say we know you love Brian Thomas more, and he's obviously crazy talented and young and all the stuff you look for, but are you on board with a McConkey type for a Ben Johnson offense, or are you more like, he's too small, I don't like his production, he didn't even play that much? Well, what's your thoughts before we get there?
I like him, and I know that his draft love is like sky high right now. Man, I don't want to say that he's like the same style as Amon-Ra, but like he kind of is.
Nope,
like I feel like
nope.
he's.
Nope, I gotta stop you there, because you're doing that because he's a white or small receiver. He's not a.
What does that have to do with? He's just white. What do you mean he's white? It has nothing to do with the fact that he's white. He plays in the slot.
No, he doesn't. That's the thing I'm saying. You're assuming that because of who he is and what you think you heard, but he's a fast outside player. That's the thing. He runs like a 4.3.
So
and
he does
gets
what J-Mo
open.
does, is what you're saying. So he does what J-Mo does. So he's small, but he's smaller, but he does what J-Mo does?
He's a smaller outside receiver that, yes, can maybe do some things over the middle and inside,
yes,
but he's not a slot Amon-Ra.
Okay.
No, he's not.
Okay, so again, if you would have let me finish, what I'm saying is he does what Amon-Ra and J-Mo do, okay? He does what we already have. He
catches footballs? I mean, he doesn't do what they do. J-Mo takes the top off, and Amon-Ra's a short, intermediate playmaker that can stretch after he catches it. I'm telling you, Ladd McConkey's more of a deep over, run away from people, run every route perfect. I mean, that's the antithesis. J-Mo's not a route runner. Amon-Ra's a route runner, but he can't run 4.3.
Amon-Ra's a route runner, and J-Mo's fast. Hashtag J-Mo fast. So again,
you're not hearing me, or I'm not hearing you, or both. But
you just asked. I'm hearing you. You asked me, how do I feel about a Ladd McConkey on the Lions offense? And I'm telling you, just because my take is different than yours doesn't mean I'm not hearing you.
Well,
what I'm telling you is,
he's an inside Amon-Ra, and he's not. That's what I was trying to. That's why I butted in.
Again, you butted in before you actually let me give my own opinion, and then you just assumed what I was going to say. So now I'll just move on, okay? You're fine. The bottom line is you want him. I don't. There you go.
You think he's Wes Welker because he's white?
No, I don't think he's Wes Welker at all.
I mean, I want to hear your opinion.
We almost got through the whole first round without you just butting in, not letting me finish, and then frustrating me. So thank you. Appreciate it. We got it all the way to pick 23, where the Jacksonville Jaguars are on the board. The pick is in, and now I'm agitated. So that was fast. That was good, man. We almost made it. We were 8 minutes short of 2 hours. 3 hours. 8 minutes short of 3 hours. So
the only
that
reason
that might be a new record for time of recording without getting into it, though. So nice job, buddy. That was actually pretty good.
Yes, Tony Khan with the neck brace. Oh, I love that.
Oh, that's hilarious. That dude is something else.
So I know you're not up and you like the wrestling drops, but you're not up. But last night he did an angle, first time ever on TV, where they pile drived him and beat him up. And so he's in a wrestling show. So he's the owner of AEW. So he's wearing a neck brace for gimmick during the NFL draft on TV. And the NFL wrote an article about him getting beat up in a wrestling sense, but they put it on NFL.com, which I thought was hilarious.
That is funny. That guy, he's a character for sure.
That's who we need to work for, Tony Khan, man. The guy has billions of dollars. Just throws money away. Oh, ya boy. There goes your dream. That's a stupid pick for the Jaguars to me. It's like, you already have my boy Kirk. You already have Ingram. You already have Gabe Davis. Like, why do you feel the need to go get another guy to play the receiver position, except for the BPA talent argument? It's like, okay, great. You have 3, 4, 5, 6 pass catchers now.
Yeah,
you can't cover. You can't do anything else.
Yeah. That's exactly right. I mean, again, you're looking at your players of need: corner, tackle, O line on both sides, or both interior and exterior and edge. And what do? You go out and get the BPA wide receiver. And again, where are you putting him? Zay Jones, Gabe Davis, and and Christian Kirk. Where are you putting Brian Thomas Jr.? It's so silly, but hey, that's fine. And then again, you have Devin. I can never say his last name. Duvernay out there, and Parker Washington again. So you have some depth there, and I just don't get that pick at all. So it's funny. Again, not what we would do, but hey, again, it pushes the defender further down the board for the Detroit Lions, which I like.
I mean, how are you feeling personally? Because I know your feelings are hurt. This is your love child. This is your oh my gosh, I love Brian Thomas. He's so young and fast, and I know Okrie said he didn't have star potential, or he just was a ho-hum deep route runner, but what do I care? What does Okrie know? I love this guy.
Are you finished? I'm gonna just hit the mute button and let you go on and say a bunch of ridiculousness. Again, I didn't say I love Brian Thomas. You said what happens if this guy aren't there. I'm throwing out a wild card of Brian Thomas. He's on our board. So I didn't say he's the best wide receiver in the class. I didn't have him ranked as the number one guy. I don't even have him as he was like down like 10, 15 spots on my big board still. But again, with these other guys coming off the board, again, Terrion Arnold is still here. So, man, Cooper DeJean's still here. Again, then you start getting into your boy Johnny Newton, Darius Robinson. There's a lot of talent here in this spot with 6 more guys to go.
Chops, if it's me, like, again, I'm trying to mold between, like, what I want the Lions to do versus what I would do. I lean more towards Johnny Newton. The guy's 6'2", 304 pounds, 21.6 years old, a penetrating interior player. Yes, I know we have DJ Reader and Broderick Martin and especially Aleem the Dream, but and big denim. Had to get that in too. But I'd love another just nasty body there, but again, it's such a gaping hole on the outside, and don't tell me about Emmanuel Mosley and these players that aren't readily available. So, like, my brain says I'm leaning towards Terrion just to plug that hole, even though Brad Holmes continually yells at me for focusing on needs. But I feel like Arnold's the top ranked guy right now on our overall for the most part. He's the biggest position of need. He's from Alabama, which we love. He's a great kid off the field. But Johnny Newton's just a freaking ass kicker that I could put in the middle of my defense and say, go kill the quarterback, and we'll figure out corners and linemen in another day, you know? So that's where I'm at. I had to get a good take in there to, take up for your last couple there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to stay on mute here and just let you keep talking and, tell me more about why you want to take Ladd Conkley with the 29th pick, and you're going to bypass these defensive studs that are there, and how he doesn't do any of the stuff that what our guys do, and I just think he's, you throw the rate card out there, and let's just keep going with that. That'll be entertaining for the people.
Okrie, I think he's a slot type player, kind of like ARSB. I know that one guy runs 4.6, the other guy's a 4.3 player. I don't know. Like, I think the risky move by me is to even bring up a Ladd McConkey, because a lot of people, think that's luxury, thinks that's, oh, what's he gonna do? He's buried a little bit down on the depth chart. My thing is, we always talk about make a strength a strength, like, oh, let's get another O lineman and redshirt him. Hey, let's like I just said, let's add another body to the D line. It's like you can do all those and add strengths to strengths, or you could get a Ladd McConkey and say, good luck covering Laporta, Conkey, ARSB, JMO, Gibbs, Demo. It's Demo, right?
No, it's not Demo. It's D-Money.
That to me, more so than an O lineman, that to me is almost like the all-in offensive play. Because I guarantee you, Ladd McConkey not only can pick up our offense, but can do anything and everything. that you need him to do. He's fast enough to run deep. He can also do the things ARSB did if he was to ever get hurt. Just a little more juice and if you use him right. So it's not like I love this player. It's that I love the idea of maybe just saying we're so good that we can maybe just add another offensive piece and be ridiculous. That's my thought. But obviously Arnold and Newton are the more safe plays.
Yeah, well, Dallas is down to 20 seconds left on the clock here, and so I'm assuming they're going to get a pick in on time. Jerry, fell asleep.
I have the Dallas Cowboys. The Lions have traded to 24.
We have traded to 24. The Lions have traded to 24.
Terrion Arnold's my pick.
I can't disagree. I'm also taking Terrion Arnold here. It would have been nice to do this 2 picks earlier and gotten Quinion Mitchell, but I'm taking Terrion Arnold, 3rd year in a row, 1st round to Alabama player. Put it on the board, people. The Lions pick is in. The crowd is going nuts. Give it to the crowd, Oakley.
I'm trying to get my pick in here. Got the Oakley pick in. You better get the choppy pick in to make it legit.
What do you mean get the pick in? I just said it.
I need a tweet.
Oh my lord. It's live on recording.
Oh, all we gave up is wait, we gave up our 3rd?
Yeah, you gave up a 3rd, but you picked up a 7th, so there you go. 29 and 73. That's a lot, so they love this guy.
It's got to be Terrion Arnold, man. Like, again, I think they love my boy Johnny Newton as much as I do. Big, nasty, freaking beast. But I had the Cowboys taking JPJ. That was my projection.
Yeah, I think they really like Brian Thomas Jr., but they also they need a lot of help. They need some.
What about? Too. Do you think that Dan Campbell and Holmes love Cooper DeJean or no?
I mean, again, it would all be speculation and innuendo if I'm telling you I think they love a certain guy. I think they love Alabama players, so I think they love Terrion Arnold is what I'm thinking. You're the one that calls them after we make the trade, so there's no sense in me even saying anything here. You just you're on it. Let's see. Oh man, they're drawing.
Oh no,
I
gotta get rid of my tweet. I got the wrong pick number. Shit.
Oh, that was silly.
I'm trying to. You had me rushing like they were making the pick, and then they went to commercial.
Oh man, of course. Well, again, my fault, Oakley. Yep, blame Choppy. Oh, you made me think they were coming up there, like they weren't going to take a long time with the Lions pick. It's in.
What is this? The 24th?
Brad Holmes is going. This is the 24th pick. Settle down, buddy. Settle down. It's the 24th pick. We traded up to 24. We gave up 29 and 61, and we picked up a back-end 7th rounder that Brad, always open for business. Holmes is going to turn into some stud. Exciting times, folks. We are at pick 24. People are going nuts. The pick is in. They're letting the crowd love it up.
So, Choppy Chop, let me ask you this. Like, there's so many people. Like, I felt like you could easily just sit there, and that 3rd is so valuable. What the frig? Like, this better be a home run player. Like, look at Terrion Arnold on DJ's board, 9th. Like, if you take him, that's like value. Like, hey, we just can't believe he's here. We had to go get him. It fills a position of need. Whereas, like, if you don't take him, it's like I would have just sat there because I love that 3rd rounder. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, he's top 15 on every board. And he was my next guy up. So
Terrion Arnold, baby, let's go. Like Terrion Arnold said earlier today, he said that he went to Detroit one other time for his meeting, and they said, "What'd you think?" And he said, "I love Dan Campbell, great guy, and they're trying to win it all."
think if you move up, the only name that makes sense is Terrion Arnold here. So.
Girls flag football players representing the first 4 schools that competed in the Michigan Girls Flag High School Football League and local high school football tackle students. These young men and women embody NFL values of respect, integrity, resiliency.
You know how they love their Alabama boys. 3 years in a row. First-round picks.
In your academic and football career. Now to make the selection, please welcome Ellie Begley.
The Dallas Cowboys have traded the 24th pick to the Detroit Lions.
Woo!
With the 24th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Terrion Arnold.
Yes! Woo! Let's go. Oh, he's looking swagalicious in the suit. That's a corner. That's a corner right there. 21 years old, Choppy Chop. Let's go.
Love it. Love it. Absolutely love it.
Our top position of need.
Yep. Everything you needed.
Top guy left on our big boards. We know our shit. Stuff.
Nice. It's for the people. Keep it PG here, buddy. No, that's a great pick.
Fired
Move
up.
That's awesome.
Top overall player on our general rankings board that we've been using, like multiple spots ahead of the next guy. Boom. Love it.
A great pick. And again, that tells you that somebody was going to get. Again, second year in a row we jump up in front of Green Bay to stick it to the Cheddarheads. And we just take an absolute stud. Love this pick. Brad Holmes, Dan freaking Campbell. This kid's going to be amazing. And that Honolulu Blue. Love it.
The other thing is what's so great about Terrion Arnold. Tell me you've seen the interviews where he's shouting out his mom, where he's talking about how much he loves the game and just a deep thinker, man. So he's got that all-out character. He already does it on the field, and so like all the check boxes. Top ranked, position of need, great kid, loves the game, tackle, plays the football, like all the things you look for. Like, yeah, that's.
Yep, that's. You know, again, that's a great pick right there. So, happy to have him. Happy to have him.
It's not a pick where we're walking away going, oh, I wonder, I'm not sure about this. Oh, you know, like it's a straightforward player. Is he like a guy that's going to change the entire world as a player? No, but he just is so consistent, clean, all the things you look for. Like, love everything about it.
Yep, absolutely insanely high ceiling. 88 a grade of 88.4 in PFF, and again, that's against the top talent in the SEC. Immediately translates to the NFL. Pro style defense. I mean, just ridiculous. Good long speed, good recovery, good agility. Man, just good ball skills. I think this kid is going to step in right now, and he's going to be ready to go. He was a redshirt sophomore, age 21, like you said. He was top 15 on every single board, and we just made the move we had to move to jump up and get him. Again, we knew that they were going to make a move they needed to. I thought that they were going to have their eyes on a guy, and they were going to make a move to jump up when they needed to. I thought they were going to jump a little higher, but man, it's good.
Let's hear our boy.
Give it to him.
Introduce yourself to the city of Detroit.
Oh, yeah.
I just want to say Detroit. Y'all got to start, man.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, I'm home, man. I'm home.
He just took the mic.
Hey, these fans going to be crazy, man. Golly.
The Lions have announced themselves as Super Bowl contenders. What are you going to help this franchise do?
Announce themselves. We've been deemed, lady. We earned it.
I'm going to have to win a Super Bowl. Look at that.
Oh, yeah. Look at the crowd.
Hey, it's amazing, man.
This is a moment right here.
We're going crazy.
They're going to keep going crazy for you, man. Congratulations.
due respect to all the other kids in that green room, if you had given me a choice of a kid to come out of the green room
Dan
to
Campbell.
be drafted by the Lions to address the fans here, I would have chosen him.
Look at how excited he is.
He's pumped, man. He's on the phone talking to his family. They're going nuts.
He is just a natural-born electric player.
Oh my goodness.
Love it.
Incredible.
Love it.
Like, it's even a blessing that like Aquinion was off the board, you know, so it's not one or the other. They took the other guy that was there, but also like, to me, the cleaner player, you know, the guy that just a Dan Campbell, a Brad Holmes are just like, not only do they love him, but you could see how much he loved it, you know?
Yeah, he's excited to be here. That's always fun to see. I mean, again, I know you remember like a few times some guys have come out and they're just kind of in that like shock of I just got drafted, and so they're kind of like, not a lot to say. Like, I think it was Gibbs that came out, didn't say a whole lot, or maybe it was JMO. But again, dude, these guys they're in front of 500,000 people, right? This is the biggest day of their life so far. So, it's awesome, man. This is the Alabama train continues to wear the Honolulu blue. Look at this amazing crispy pink and silver that he's wearing. Got the silver tie. Just like, man, we just got to change that to blue and it's good to go, baby.
Looking crispy
Selfie stick
clean.
going, the huge watch. Look at this watch on him, man. Oh, he's swag. Oh, it's going to be great. Love it. Love it.
I love everything about it. I also love the fact that not only are we live on the mic and have been calling this and talking it through for the last however long, but it is documented multiple minutes before the pick. The Oakery pick was made. The Choppy pick was made. We're on the same page. Despite our arguments and differences, we could both agree this kid has $1 million smile like Jahmyr Gibbs. He's going to be on posters and souvenir cups, and there's going to be some detractors that talk about his overall athleticism or his speed or whatever it may be, and it's like no, man, he's a ball player. The Lions knew they needed one. They loved him. They couldn't believe he was there, and they took him. Simple as that.
Yeah, it's fantastic, man. Just a great pick. Again, I'm seeing some places have him up to number 9 already. So
for the 2025 NFL Draft.
Green Bay's on the clock here. Does it even matter?
Tackle, Arizona.
They took Jordan Morgan, tackle from Arizona. All right.
He's an intriguing player, man. He's a athletic, productive tackle that I had heard some buzz for the Lions, so maybe because he's like a right, can play their side type of player if you wanted to go that route. But he's also like a, Green Bay. They were going to take someone. And
yeah, they got to protect Jordan Love for sure. So
he's kind of like the next best guy.
But feeling good, Oakery. Feeling good about this first round, man. It's nice, very nice.
So, like I said, you kind of have to, obviously we trust our guys, but I don't like giving up that third, but I think that you just have to know and trust that they knew that you couldn't sit because that was 24, so you got to wait 5 more selections, and
yeah, there's no way.
I'm not looking, but it's like, so it would have been Green Bay, Tampa Bay, Arizona, Buffalo.
Yeah.
I could see like Tampa Bay getting Terrion Arnold to replace Carlton, which we stole, or Arizona can never cover anybody. I can't see Buffalo taking him. Green Bay, maybe because.
Yeah, I could have definitely seen Green Bay looking at that too. So.
Replace like that other problem child they have who used to be good, Alexander. He was like a real good corner, and then he
Zaire,
went kook, and they probably would have got the safe player in Terrion. But gosh, what a pick.
Yeah, for sure.
Man.
So hey, and again, they identified their guy. They got up and got him. So man, I did not expect Terrion Arnold to fall all the way to 24.
No.
I just didn't. I did not. So, and again, smart move, right? So they saw that Philly jumped in, took the first corner off the board with Quinnen, and then said, "Okay, let's go. Like, get up there. Like, don't mess around. Don't take a chance. We love this kid. Get him up there." So man, just good moves by the Lions, man. They let Jacksonville take the wide receiver and snap right in there and grab Terrion Arnold. So lots to break down. This is going to be fun guy to talk about here in the weeks to come. Exciting, a huge position, I cannot understate how big of a position of need this was. And I'm so happy that we made a move and got him, because if you were sitting there on the clock at 29 and Terrion was gone and you were looking at guys like, again, I know you like him or you've grown on him, but I'm sorry, he's just in a different class than Kool-Aid, Cooper, and Nate Wiggins. Like, he just is. So so happy to have him.
Mostly for the pod, but yeah, I agree with you. It's a much safer. The other thing I was going to say, which I was kind of just making sure that we give both sides of the coin, is I don't know if you'll ever hear the pod, but my buddy Zuloff, actually got back to me. I sent a bunch of like, let's go draft day type texts to some people, friends and whatnot. And he was one of the many that got back, and he said, my prediction is we take a Alabama player, laughing at the end emoji. And I was like, sounds like a good strategy to me. It's been working, and those guys know ball, and they're hard-nosed. So I was all about that. That's exactly what they did. And my counterpoint was just all the draftniks and the nerds are going to be like, oh, he's not a 4-3 player. He's not a 6-2 player. He's not a this or that. It's like, I agree with all that. All I say is that he's just so consistent, clean, solid, all those things that you want with a first-round NFL draft pick. Like, do you think we're going to have to worry about Terrion Arnold in the, off the field? I don't think so. You think you're going to have to worry about him coming up and tackling people? Absolutely not. Or he wouldn't have played at Alabama. Do you think that he's a guy that can't, mirror and cover top receivers like we would need him to? Either it's a 1 or a 2 or a slot player. I'm very confident he can do all those things. So it's like all the detracting things that you'll hear are all washed out by all the solid things he does, plus the fact that he wants to be here. He's a clean prospect. He's a position of need. All the things that you would like to check the box. Brad Holmes always says you got to check a lot of boxes to play for us. I feel like all those boxes are checked. The only unchecked box is like that he's not an uber athlete, or he's not the end-all be-all face of the franchise player, and we didn't need that. We didn't need it. We got other guys that are that. We needed a solid top-end CB1 type player, and that's exactly what we drafted.
Yep, agreed. Only gave up 41 receptions last year, had a passer rating against of 50.7, 5 picks. He's just going to get the job done. Like, he's, again, like you said, like, he's not a burner. He's not going to, like, wow you with certain stuff. He's just going to shut down the other team's top receiver. And, man, I'm so excited to have him. And, again, he played some big ones, right? He played Texas this year. He played LSU this year. He played Auburn, Georgia. Like, they played good teams. Michigan. Like, they played good teams this year. So, man, Terrion Arnold, that's huge. That is huge. And, again, I know, going back months and months, we joked around. I'm like, third year row, trading up to 12 to get an Alabama player. Well, guess what? We traded up to 24, which is double a 12, because we already did that one twice. And we grabbed another Alabama player. So it's just awesome. Just awesome.
And last time I checked, Gibbs is a ball player. J-Mo's a top talent when it comes to speed and could have a breakout season. So it's not like those two busted out. It's not like most Alabama guys bust out. They end up being good players for the most part. So no issues at all with taking a Nick Saban coach player that, like you said, is a freaking sophomore, 21-year-old, flat 21. This ain't 21.9. This isn't, a graduate assistant student. This is a young, talented player at a position that we need. Because why? we can't cover a coffee table, and now hopefully we can.
Love it. Here comes Tampa's pick.
Graham Barton, center Duke.
So that's
Barton off the table. So again, this is the fun part too, Oakrey. You get to start thinking about, all right, who would have been off the board at 29 now? Graham Barton, we've talked a lot about. Of course, didn't have a lot of discussion about Jordan Morgan, but I'm so happy with this pick, man. So happy.
So I'm still confused that they announced Graham Barton as a center. They have him on our main ranking list as a center. I swear I pulled him up on PFF where they'd say where he played, and he never played anything but left tackle. I don't know what other people are seeing or know that this guy can, because to me, playing left tackle and playing center are quite a bit different. They're not similar, and so that's surprising.
So he only played left tackle at Duke in 2023, 2022, and 2021. But if you remember, in the Senior Bowl, they shifted him over and he played a lot of snaps at center. But yeah, I think it is very odd. I agree with you. It's odd they're listing him as a center, and then they show his highlights and none of them are at center.
Exactly.
And then it's like, oh, and now also let's throw up a lacrosse highlight here too. Okay, cool. But it's interesting.
Let's add one more thing that's even crazier. So I felt like Tampa Bay needs a center because they lost Jensen, who was like their rock and their everything on their O-line. And you have JPJ sitting right there, who is the best center in college football. He's played the position. He's highly ranked. And instead you take a left tackle that now is going to snap the football for you. Very odd.
The first round pick they got in that trade last year.
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm sure. Nope, Cardinals are on. Let's move it faster, sir.
My boy, Darius Robinson.
So
Look at
he
that
wouldn't have
suit.
been there either, Oakrey. Darius would have been gone too. So, man, oh man, oh man, I'm loving this even more. It's just a good pick. Just a great, shrewd move by our boy.
Brad Holmes, man. He's now the one thing I'd give these guys credit for that I think would be hard is all the figuring out, the calls, Brad Holmes has a great pulse on what else is going on around him when he makes these deals, getting up in front of teams, knowing when to go, when to not. I mean, that'd be the hardest part, I think, for the drafts, because your naturalness would just want to sit there, Hey, we'll either get Terrion Arnold or we'll get the next best player, but he doesn't do that. He knows he's got to get up and get him.
So what? Hang on, my headset may be off a little bit here, but what you're saying is that he's always active, always talking, trying to move up, trying to maneuver. He doesn't just sit back and let the stuff come to him. Who does that in fantasy football?
That'd be you.
That's right. Always open for business. Chop it, chop.
Exactly.
But again, he said, they spun it as if well, if our guys we're gonna move back. Well, actually, our guy was there and we moved up. So it's funny, there's so much smoke and mirror. There's so much talk. There's so much this, so much that. But it is funny that I had that sense as soon as he said, well, yeah, we may look at getting back out of, get more assets. I'm like, no, you're not. Bro, now that you say that, you're telling me right now. You're telling me without telling me you're moving up and you're getting your guy. And, oh, man, I'm so happy they got this guy.
And a side note for the people, the guy, a.k.a. Chops in the D, who has 80 million things going on, traveling, kids, family, too much commitments, is the guy that I get multiple emails randomly at who knows what time at night saying trade has been accepted between your squad and some other chump that you made some deal with. So where you find this time to negotiate with these bums in our league or make these, hey, let me trade you 18 of my players for 14 of your players plus some picks and we'll save some money. It's just I don't know. I basically make trades when other people offer me things and then I take them or counter, but I don't know how you do it. But you are always open for business. You are always swindling and dealing, and it's something to behold, I must say.
That's fun. It's fun. So again, you know, we talked about it earlier in the recording. Like, I enjoy this stuff. It's fun to you know, to be involved, to know what's going on. You know, like, you know, if I had a franchise, shout out to Reality Sports Online. You know, you're talking about full rosters, every position, 32 starters. You know, it's a lot of work, man, but it's so much fun. So I am happy for Darius Robinson here. I mean, obviously, I know he's going to Arizona, but he is a Detroit kid. Um, but you know, this is good stuff, man. So we got
I think people
Buffalo on the clock. Go ahead.
I think people don't get what I mean, but you do now because I'm thankful and you've enjoyed it to join that Reality Sports Online League, because we joked earlier we wish people would pay us to do this, but even though I don't put much, I don't want to say I put much time, but there's not a ton of time often to dig in the weeds like we would like, but it's, yep.
Quick interrupt. Kansas City just traded up. Kansas City is now at 28. Just made a deal.
Oh,
Sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
They're going to get their receiver. I was just finishing up saying that if people haven't tried Reality Sports, or if they want to jump in this crazy league, we do have a few spots open, and it's probably, as much as we you still want to live dreams and do this, you got to admit it's kind of the closest we'll be able to get to being a GM. You have to balance your salary cap. You have to make trades, draft picks. You have to maneuver a roster of 53 bodies. So that's why I love it so much, man. It's like, it'd be really hard. And even if we did get an opportunity in the league or something, you'd be really, it'd be the reality of that might not be as fun, but Reality Sports is like, hey man, I get to be my Oakery GM of the Lions, or you took over the Atlanta Falcons years ago, and now, I mean, you got to admit, you feel like they're your team. You built it a certain way, you make trades, you draft certain players, and it does give you a total buy-in and a real feel for what it might be like. And I know a lot of people tell us, oh, I don't have time, or oh, I don't want to commit to another league. It's like, I get all that, but I also get the fact that if you do this and you love football and you love the picks and the GM side, like, there's really nothing better still, in my opinion, than the league that, I kind of came up with out of clear blue, but that's been built over years, and that if you really do it right, it's as close as you're going to get to being in a GM seat for your team, making the decisions and living with them, good, bad, and otherwise. So I love it for that reason, no doubt.
Yeah, it's a good league, man. I mean, it is a lot of work. I mean, I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It is a lot of work, but it's fun. It is fun, and it's more rewarding, because you're right. You get that team, you put your stamp on it, you make your trades, and you can't just think about, well, I got 3 wide receivers and I got 2 running backs and I got no, dude. Like, you have to know what's going on. Like, you have to draft guys late. And I'm not talking about like just guys. I'm talking about like defensive ends and safeties and corner. Like, again, my boy Colby Turner from 6th round pick out of LA, and you find those guys, and all of a sudden they're a starter. Like, you just, again, you have some great ones, that you're getting in the 5th, 6th round, and all of a sudden it's like, wow, this dude is a stud. He's starting. Like, there's so many to list off. But
what I mean is, like, it is a lot of work, but what I'm saying is about as much as you put into it, because the balancing of the numbers feels like would be this massive undertaking, but really, like, once you get the hang of it, you kind of know. But yeah, it is crazy to like have an actual salary cap that you have to somewhat be accountable for year after year. It's
for sure.
Some of the people in our league blow it in a year or two, and other people are laying in the weeds where you don't think they're good, but they're stocking up picks and cap space, and then next thing you know, they're the Detroit Lions, where they got a young, nasty team with a good salary cap, and they're rolling. So that's the part that's fun. And like I said, it becomes easier, but you also can clunk it up with a couple bad moves, just like you can in the NFL. Like, if Brad Holmes went and spent his money like kooky in the offseason, like maybe me or others wanted him to some degree, can't get Amon-Ra, can't get Sewell, can't do the things he's doing right now. So he's strategic, intentional, and prudent, and it pays off for him. So you gotta love it.
Yep, absolutely.
I've been saying the Chiefs are going for AD Mitchell, but McConkey is a great fit there. whether you know what he does or like him or not. um, I just feel like I don't know what Kansas City knows, but they just always take a wide receiver or a speedy weapon. That's all they do, and it works out for them. So.
Yeah, I'm looking at their receivers. So, Rashee Rice, Hollywood Brown, Sky Moore, Kadarius Toney, again, Justin Ross, recent pick. They've got a lot of wide receiver, but I agree. I'm not disputing you because they do just love to get their first round wide receivers. So
it's just insane, isn't it? That every year they just kind of take a wideout. And
well, again, when you're picking second to last or last in the first round year after year after year, your team is set. And you're like, yep, just get the best, get a big weapon, get a big weapon, get a big weapon. So I don't know. Again, that's their number one need right now. According to most, again, some offensive line help or corner help might be in order too, because right now I think they're running with McDuffie and Joshua Williams. So maybe some corner. I don't know.
I
gotta look at my best available here and see.
I feel like
are they a Cooper DeJean fit? I don't know. I don't see them as a Nate Wiggins type, but I don't know.
Yeah. I mean,
Donde's there. Like you said, they love their wide receivers.
I'm just gonna say it.
Does Keen Coleman fit like I know you've been big on that player.
No.
He's kind
of Lad McConkey is my pick for Kansas City. I feel like if they wanted A.D. Mitchell, they could have sat there probably, but going up to get McConkey in front of San Francisco.
The Buffalo Bills have traded the 28th pick to the Kansas City Chiefs. With the 28th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the back-to-back Super Bowl champions Kansas City Chiefs select Xavier Worthy.
Oh, wow.
Oh, my goodness. That's the other thing that we should have thought is like all they do is go for...
They take the guy who blows up.
Hill, Hardman, just speed, and it works for him. And actually, like, other than J-Mo, Worthy, to be honest, is an actual football player, too. He's not only just a speed, like, wide receiver. I like the plays he makes. A little bit smaller and whatnot, but I've always liked his talent.
I don't know if I like moving up to get him, and again, I mean, you're telling me that guy wasn't going to be there 4 more picks later? Again, it depends on what they gave up, but interesting. Again, we said wide receiver, so it's what they do, right? Yeah. And you can't knock them because it's been working.
It's still wild that they won the Super Bowl because they were not a very good team, like a dominant team through the regular season. I didn't really fear them going into the playoffs, and sure enough, they just go through, get to the game, and then they disposed of San Francisco pretty easily. It was not a... I didn't feel like it was...
Again, they know what it takes. It's they've been there, they know what it takes. It's a little bit different, so... All right, so this is Dallas now picking at the... All right, so Okri, I want to do something here. This is Dallas picking at 29 where we would have been picking. So if the board stayed as is right now, who would you be taking here at 29 if we had kept this pick and these were the picks that were taken? Let's play a little game.
Let me look at it. I guess, I'm assuming Terrion Arnold is gone,
Yeah. All the picks line up exactly how they line up. Terrion Arnold is gone in that spot.
I mean, I'm going to stay consistent to what I did in mock drafts, which is as much as I leaned on corners, Koolaid. I even did the mock with you on the pod where I took Cooper DeJean. I mean, not knowing his medicals, I'd probably lean more towards a big body like Johnny Newton. I just think they're harder to find and more productive when you get a big body defensive tackle or old lineman. I'd probably go Johnny Newton and then hope, based on looking at the corners and people that are available, I'd probably use my second rounder there on a cover player.
Yeah. No, I don't disagree. I'd be looking. My pick here, if I'm being honest, would have been JPJ. Owen Jackson Powers Johnson for that versatility on the O-line. And then, again, the heir apparent to our center. And then I'd be looking in that second round for secondary, whether you're talking about a TJ Tampa, Mikey Sandersill, Rake Shaw, and any of those guys. So that would have been my pick if I'm being honest. So, any thoughts on what Dallas is going to do here?
I had him with JPJ, so I feel like they were only good when they had a dominant O-line, but I don't know their O-line off the top of my head. I feel like they have a center from Wisconsin that's been pretty good that I liked that they took late, but you could play him at right guard probably.
In the 2024 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Tyler Guyton, tackle Oklahoma.
Yeah, that's a pretty good pick too.
6'8", 322.
Yeah.
Wow.
He was a guy that I didn't love, but I heard buzz late in the process, and like you say, they're just trying to get back where they can protect, but they still don't have. I mean, they got CeeDee Lamb and what else, so.
They don't have a running back, I can tell you that.
No RB, not a ton of other wides, not a great O-line, a couple guys on defense here or there, but yeah, so.
Yeah, I mean, again, I can't knock them for building the trenches for sure, but yeah, that's. And again, he was the next highest ranked offensive tackle that we had on some of our boards. So, actual tackle position. So, and tackle was their number one need. So again, good for Jerry to actually make a pick in his needs, actually recognize his needs, and not be stupid and take a Donde Mitchell or something like that.
Right.
So.
Right. It is Baltimore's another team that I just haven't understood. They're so good and they have so many good players, but it feels like the last 6 years all they do is take undersized reaches on wideouts, which I think you obviously love Zay Flowers. I kind of came around a bit on him late. I have him in a few dynasty leagues. He's a pretty good player, but they've just been swinging and missing on wideouts. It feels like for 5-6 years now. So, and I heard they might do it again. People were like giving them a wideout again at mocks. It's like, and I view the Baltimore Ravens as like a defensive team, like a stud defensive beat you up team. And it's like they're taking all these wimpy wide receivers. So I don't know.
Yeah, they need offensive line bad. They need offensive line bad. Man, maybe this is a JPJ. They've got.
They got that Linderbaum cat who's
they got Linderbaum. They got Linderbaum. They took Voorhees last year. Obviously, you don't know what you got with him. You got Ronnie Stanley at left tackle, Daniel Falala at right tackle, Ben Cleveland at right guard. But man, I think O-line is a big need for them. But you're right, they do. They love their late first round wide receivers. Zay Flowers, Rashad Bateman, Nelson Aguilar is their number 3 right now. So. Picked up Derrick Henry, so they got some big beef in the run game. Looking at another need that they have listed is edge and wide receiver. So edge, they got Broderick Washington and they got Justin Mirebuke. Michael Pierce is their obviously their centerpiece there. So. Yeah, man, I think they're gonna go someone on the line here. Johnny Newton, maybe Johnny Newton's a name they put in there, even though he's more interior. JPJ.
Yeah, it's hard to know. I know I was joking, but also serious that I was nailing them early. But I kind of given up on predicting what these other teams are doing. 1, because I don't care. 2, because I don't really have a great feel for these other teams, and. But it is fun to talk it through to some degree. It's just like the part I love the most is that with all the talking and picking and whatever we've been doing, the fact that it all kind of broke nice for the Lions. The Lions had the foresight to trade up, fill a need, get a good player, get a young player, get a clean, solid player. Makes me feel the best. I could care less about getting 10, 12 other picks right. All I wanted to do was get the Lions pick right, and I think they did that. So
Well, plus if you pick now and you're wrong, it messes with the streak that you had. So I respect the strategy.
Oh yeah, it's kind of like Costanza, you know. I just leave on a high note because I was drilling them. We ain't gonna lie about that. You can go back check the tape. I was saying, and they were coming off the board off Goodell's card like nothing. But now, like I said, it's just an odd game to pick. That's why I don't like the mocks very much, because one or two picks, I mean, you got no idea how it's gonna fall, and these teams have a bunch of different needs, so it's a fool's errand trying to pick what they're gonna do.
I forgot they took Hollywood Brown in 2021 too in the first round. So
Yeah.
Bateman, Zay Flowers, Bateman, and Hollywood. What, the last 3 years? Last 4 years?
Crazy. Yeah.
Interesting corner, and a that's an interesting pick.
See, Nate Wiggins to me is a kind of guy that if he goes to a Pittsburgh, Baltimore, some of these teams, I feel better about him because they like his measurables, they like his talent, and even though he's not like the gritty, oh, he's going to do this, it just feels like you got to trust those teams, you know.
He doesn't want to hit anybody. He's afraid to use his body. I don't know. I guess when I think of Baltimore is I think of like smash mouth, like, but I guess that's more in the trenches. So
yeah, that's where I would lean, is that they got all these other guys that are big and nasty, so they draft athletes at other spots and they work out, because if you draft all athletes it doesn't work, but if you draft all big nasty maulers, you don't have any athletes. So it's a nice blend, I think, that they do, and you got to trust that organization. They do a pretty good job. So
I definitely didn't have corner as a need for them on any of my sites that I'm on. So that's interesting. But
yeah,
again, this was a player that a lot of people were very high on. I mean, people were talking Nate Wiggins top 10 pick, first corner off the draft. So I mean, again, that was a few months ago, but yeah, good stuff.
When you look at the overall board, like, so Johnny Newton is by far the main top ranked type player and a guy of interest for me. The funny part is, like, when these guys that I like stay up there extended periods, you kind of, man, what did I miss, or why is this guy not going? Usually comes down to not only medical but fits for teams. So him and Cooper DeJean being on the board, Koolaid, JPJ, McConkey, Troy Franklin, then you get into the wide receivers, things like that. If the Lions come back and get, like, I'm looking in the middle part of the board, Fisk I like a lot. Corner's going to be off your board now, so would they be intrigued by, like, the Suamate type tackle from BYU, cousin of Penei Sewell, for the future? Would they, do they have interest in a Ricky Pearsall? Would they like a big, again, another guy you don't have to worry about, like Chris Jenkins in the middle? There's so many nice little fits. So yeah, Frazier.
Frazier's a nice name there.
Exactly, that's a real good one.
High on him.
What's funny, I don't know if you're doing it with your stuff, but like now that they took a corner, like, yes, I still have a lot of corners I like, but it's really off my radar at this point. So I'm not putting any emphasis or dots next to those guys for a while. I'm more focused on other positions. So like my main dotted guys right now are Jonah Ellis, Newton, McConkey, Powers, Johnson, and DeJean. Those are my top, like, if they happen to still be there, position targets, but also top players that I have highlighted. So
yeah, I mean, obviously, he's on the roster, so I think, and he's probably a starter if I'm looking at it. I mean, I'm not trying to undercut what we did in the off season, but dude's a stud. He's a baller. Like, he's going to be in the rotation right off the bat. So
yeah.
Again, you still don't know what you got with Mosley coming off an injury. Obviously, we know we got Robertson, we got your boy, the Carlton, and but yeah, it's going to be, the depth after that is, like you said, not so good. So pretty slim. So
I guess what I was trying to
That's
throw to
true.
you on is like, so once they take a spot, you're obviously on the same page as me. Like, you're shifting your focus for future picks now. I mean, regardless of what corners are up there, it really doesn't matter at this point. As well as how you going to combo that corner. Like, what's your next focus? Is it D-line? Is it O-line? Is it...
Yeah.
I mean, it's still a player, but your positions change.
Yeah, your position. I mean, your best player available shifts to best player available of need. So, yeah, they're not. I mean, again, this is where in the second round you're like, okay, well, Mikey Sanderson was probably off the board now. Like Ennis Rakestraw off the board now. Like,
yeah,
you're not looking at those guys. Latimer, Koolaid, Tampa, they're off the board. So yeah, I'm shifting more towards my Fists, my Newtons. Again, I mean, JPJ falls to us at 61. I would be leaping off the board to grab him, but I don't think that's happening. Again, still looking for a big, nasty freak edge to pair up with Hutch to get some penetration. So, that's a position that we have kind of been less than desirable here in the last couple of years. So,
you know what Santa told me that kind of intrigued me. Young Santa, shout out listener of the pod. He said he loved Javon Bullard, the safety from Georgia, and he was like one of the top players at the combine. That when I saw him without his helmet and everything, I was like, that guy really looks like a professional, Pro Bowl type football player. He was built, he looked confident. So I know we like to say we're good at safety, but his take was that he can cover in the slot, he can move around, and like, he's a young 21, he's played at a big school, he's kind of an intriguing option that we haven't put much stock in. So I like that player in round 2.
I don't hate it. I mean, again, I also like the Mike. Again, that's my argument with Mikey Sanderson is you can move him around. You kind of have that Brian Branch role now, who can move around. You still have Iffy. You got Kirby. You got Terrion Arnold. So like again, man, there's a lot of bodies back there now, and you got to have a lot of bodies. So don't get me wrong, and I'm not opposed to upgrading one of those bodies, but again, you got Brian Branch, you got the Ball Hawk, the Curbos, the Curb Stomp, Kirby Joseph, and then Iffy had a big breakout year last year too. So to me, secondary is just something that I'm like, okay, maybe with that 7th round pick that I picked up in this trade, I invested in a guy who I think maybe has some sneaky upside, maybe can return a little bit too. But I'm definitely moving on to a different position of need if I'm Brad Holmes.
Yeah.
Here's San Fran.
Oh my goodness, it's crazy. Round 1 for Ricky Pearsall. He got a lot of buzz. You like the player to some degree. Obviously, he's a system guy for Mr. Flat Brim out there, but round 1, 31 over my boy McConkey. Like, come on, like, I don't know.
Well, he definitely didn't get picked over Brian Thomas Jr. So. But yeah, no, over Keenan Coleman, even Adonde Mitchell, Ladd, that's, even Troy Franklin, like, interesting. It's very interesting.
What's the number? Oh, I got it here. 43.
Yeah, I mean, I had Ricky Pearsall in anywhere from some people had him high as 43. I saw him even some in the 60s. So,
yeah.
But
like I said, I just mentioned him for the Lions, maybe round 2, but that's 30 picks from now, So
yeah, it's not pick 31, but that's
no.
So again, but that also tells me you probably. I mean, again, if you hear the rumor and when are they going to trade Debo, which I can't believe they would do? Are they going to trade Ayuk? Maybe. You got Joanna Jennings. You got Ronnie Bell, who you had late. So now you throw, Ricky Pearsall in there. Like, I don't know. Maybe that also tells you that there's something going on in the background with Ayuk and Samuel that, they're not happy about. And it looks like Carolina has traded into the 32 spot. Moved up one spot.
Yeah, so right, stupid. Carolina. I heard somebody had the audacity to say, I think it was the guy. This guy has the worst takes in all of Detroit sports. Rico Beard. I think he's the one, or every day he says something that's just so stupid. It makes no sense. I'm like, this is the guy that's getting paid buco bucks to be on the top sports show in the afternoons. I think he was the one. He said, how about Carolina taking a quarterback? You know, Bryce Young really didn't show me anything. Like, you think they're ready to move on? It's like, are you some type of dumbass? Like, I mean, these are the people that, like, they have no patience. They think everybody should just be a stud from day one. It's like, what a horrible take, and just I mean, the guy, like, I swear.
All that is clickbait. That's just clickbait, dude. That's what
exactly.
That's like, hey, I'm gonna say something outlandish, and guys like who actually have a half a clue, like the Detroit Koolaid Cast, are gonna rip up. But what did this pick even that they traded here?
I was gonna say, like, I don't know why you would trade up. Like, who had the pick? Because Kansas City, who would they deal with? Do you remember? Got it in front of you?
Yeah, it was. Shoot, where is it? Buffalo. It was Buffalo.
So Buffalo's just been dealing down like multiple times.
So Buffalo's just dropping down. They must have a wide receiver that they really love, since right now they don't have any, and they're probably just seeing, like, Ricky Pearsall getting jumped up here, so they think they can keep moving down. So interesting.
I feel like Carolina needs to protect, but I'm not seeing anyone other than JPJ that jumps out as a protector type player. I don't know who they have at center currently, but that could be something. Like, you always hear these guys say they have to get weapons to make their quarterbacks good. So, like, would you really have to jump up for an A.D. Mitchell or one of these wides? But, like, I don't know. I mean, again, you're getting that fifth year, and that seems to only make sense for a stud defender, a wide out quarterback. All the other spots you can get a center guard. There's no real tackles left that I love.
Yeah, this is interesting. So most boards that I'm seeing have Cooper DeJean is the best available, followed by Johnny Newton, Kool-Aid. Let's see here. JPJ's in there, Ladd McConkey's in there, Troy Franklin's in there. A bit of a run on wide receivers here. Adonde Mitchell's in that mix too. Carolina, let's see here, what's their needs? So you've got wide receivers, their number one need, tight end, corner, edge, D tackle. But again, I don't know why you move up one spot unless you thought Buffalo was going to take the guy you loved. But it's an interesting strategy.
Hey, Choppy, since we're winding down, I'll give you a little bit of credit here, which I know you always like to get. I've come to enjoy and appreciate and target your boy, Christian Hayes, interior offensive lineman guard from UConn. Haynes, sorry. I heard about his nasty streak. He seems to be like a real good, let's see who we pick here.
Who traded the 32nd pick to the Carolina Panthers? With the 32nd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Xavier Legate, wide receiver, South Carolina.
Too many drinks for Goodell there. No, I was just saying Christian Haynes, like, I've read up on him, and I think he'd be a nice fit for the Lions. The only thing I didn't like about him when I dug in more, he is 24 years old, and he's a right guard, so they could take him in round 2, maybe round 3, keep him there, have him learn under Zeitler, and maybe he's a plug-and-play player after that. But I did hear a lot of good things about his nasty streak and just kind of how he's plug-and-play, so could be an option. I like Zeitler, to be honest, though, for the next year or two. So
I love that signing of Zeitler for sure. I mean, don't get me wrong, I like him too. But again, Christian Haynes, I thought he had a little bit of versatility as well. Not only played right guard, like you said, but dude, he's nasty. Like, you could just tell he wants to hurt you. Like, you're coming, he's not letting you get through. And by the way, he's like one of those guys that, like, and people may knock me for this take, but like he's one of those guys like if you're not going to get by me, and if you do, I'm going to poke you in the eye as you go by, or like just nasty freak. Like
Yeah.
he wants to hurt you.
Yeah.
And that's not, and again, I'm not saying like he really wants to like injure somebody, but like he's going to do everything in his power to just be big physical and not let you get by him. So, and again, I think he was another one, and you watch this stuff way better than me, but I thought I read up that they actually juggled him around a little bit in those center and left guard areas at the Senior Bowl. I thought I read that somewhere, so
Yeah.
maybe some versatility in that mix.
I mean, a lot of times these guys can play both. My thing is just like I have come more to the more I do this, the more I look into stuff. I guess I'm just more comfortable with people that have done it for multiple years, done it at a high level, than I am like assuming that he can play left side as good as he can play right, at the NFL level. So I hate to make that assumption, but these guys do, depending on their athleticism and talent, they can flip or they can do some other things, which is nice. So we'll keep an eye on him. I know let's do a little preview for day 2 before we sign off here. You still there?
Yeah, no, I think good first round. So, of course, your boy, Xavier Legette, just got taken in the last pick for Carolina, from South Carolina. So, local kid there that I'm sure they're very familiar with him being, from the same spot. But, yeah, I think, to put a bow on the first round for me is I'm super happy with the pick that we got. We got up, we went up, we got our guy. I know you don't love the cost of the third round pick. But they targeted a kid who was in a position of need. He was on their board and they got him. So I'm happy about that. Some head scratchers, as we've talked about here, things that we're like, wow, I would never do that. Why is Bo Nix going top 12 to, Denver? But no, I think it's a good first round. I'm already giving it a choppy #choppy likey. This is an A- grade for me on this pick, or on this on the strategery of this round. So that was the recorded. That's the recorded version. Maybe I'll give you a little bit of that's the live version there. And the only reason he gets the minus on that A is because it cost you a third round pick. How's that, Oakley?
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm right there with you. The crazy part, so we basically obtained Carlton Davis and Terrion Arnold. We did have to give up both third round picks. So unfortunately tomorrow all we have is the second rounder at 61, I believe that is. I didn't see that they got anything other than that 7th back. So only the one pick.
For now.
Yep, second round, 29th overall, 61st pick. So towards the back of the second. And Chops, like, I'm just looking at the Oakry target board, and I got plenty of football players. So it's there's plenty to choose from. Like you say, you could move down, move around. My thing with that is when you have a team that's pretty much set, like, there's not as much of a need to acquire picks. Where are you going to put these people? Another thing that we've learned in our reality sports online is, like, good luck, once you have a full team of good players, like obtaining 10 draft picks because you got nowhere to put them and stuff like that. So I feel like the Lions will be much more apt to pick or to target a few guys here or there, but there's just so many to pick from. So just looking at like the overall board again, just throw out some names: Johnny Newton, Cooper DeJean, your boy JPJ, the wide receivers that are still out there. I really cooled on Keon Coleman for multiple reasons, but McConkey intrigues me. A.D. Mitchell somewhat intrigues me. You got Fisk, the penetrating interior defensive player, a little bit older, but Detroit type player for Florida State. Trying to skip by these corners here. Chris Braswell is out there if you want to dip into the Alabama pool again. Like I say, the offensive tackle that could play the right side while Penny moves over to the left next year from BYU. You've got Zach Frazier. I like that by you. That would be a really intriguing pick. Jonathan Bullard, who I brought up. Other offensive linemen. I mean, gosh, we're way down the list here, and there's just plenty of interesting picks. And like you say, to me, remember when I told you doing the mocks, like getting the corner off the board to me was the best route to having a great draft. You take care of that now you can start dialing in these other spots, because after that it gets thin. Even though we look at it and there's 3-4 corners we still like, they may not be there at the end of the second, so you got that off your board. Now you can just let the rest fall to you. So I think that's a great spot for the Lions. And Terrion Arnold, man, what a high valued player and character person that we got down at the bottom third of the first round.
But Oakrey, you don't want to draft Joe Milton III because we're gonna let Goff walk and start Hendon Hooker. We're gonna need a guy who's gonna be 42 years old and maybe back up Hendon Hooker and Joe Milton. Sorry, I just had to throw that out there because again, still the ridiculous talk.
Nope.
There it is. I
was trying to get to it.
There was still, it was funny because there were still there's still for some reason people that are like, well, we might move on from Jared Goff. And I'm like, okay. So anyway, we are not doing that. But yeah, names that jump out to me, a couple other ones here talking about, and again, you're not talking early second round now, you're talking late second round. So a lot of good names out there by you, a few that I'll just add. I'm not going to repeat the ones that you already said, but Marshawn Nealon is one that falls into that area for me that I like. I know we both kind of cooled on Tavondre Sweat after his little bit of a issue that he had. But man, can you imagine pairing up another Alabama duo and somehow finding a way to get Chris Braswell on that edge to pair up with Terrion Arnold? Man, I know that could be pretty fun. So, lots of good names out there.
Yeah, very good names by you. Those are ones that I didn't mention that are good fits, good positions of need. Choppy, the craziest part, the thing I want to leave it on is, again, I want to serve up a little bit more Detroit Koolaid.
Drink it in, man.
What a great draft, a great pick, another great draft experience for our Detroit Lions, as well as the Detroit Koolaid Cast here on the mic.
Cornbread!
And the craziest part, man, that me and you, we started chatting at about 7:30-ish, whatever it was. It's now midnight, and it was smooth as silk in regards to takes on picks, predictions, Lions takes. We worked our boards. You worked the Google sheet. We made a great pick at 24, getting Terrion Arnold, just like Brad Holmes did. He gets paid millions and has all this office and assistants and technology. We're sitting here in our homes doing this, and it all worked out tremendous, man. So I think it's just been crazy that we can just jump on the mics and talk ball this easy for this long. But the draft only comes once a year, and we did it up right. We very intriguing throughout the process, but the fact that the Lions got a great player at a position of need that I'm never going to really worry about off the field, and is just going to be great on and off for the city, for the team, and at a position we needed is just tremendous on so many levels. So I'm fired up about it. Kool-Aid, double-sided cornbread. Can't wait for tomorrow, man.
Oakrey, I couldn't have said it better myself. And the other fun, exciting part about this is that Detroit showed up, man, hosting the draft. Again, like, I can't remember what the final number estimate was, but anywhere from, I saw for some of them, I saw like 250,000. I was seeing like 400,000, just like people all over town. Like you saw folks, you saw the pano shots of like, oh, are they going to fill these lots? Dude, they filled the lots and people were wrapped around the buildings behind them. So just awesome stuff. Excited to see that Detroit showed up. We showed out, hosting luxurious, spectacular events. And that's just what we do here in the D. You know how it is, man. And like I said, is this just a little preview of what that Super Bowl parade is going to look like in Detroit in 2025?
Chop. That's a perfect way to end it. Go give my guy a follow at Chops in the D. You guys can find me at Derek Oakrey on the Twitter X machine. That's what we got for you tonight. Round 1, 2024 NFL Draft for the Detroit Koolaid Cast. And we'll catch you tomorrow right here on the Detroit Koolaid Cast. Take care, everybody. We're out.
Gotta love that Bama pipeline.
All right, everybody. This goes out to my fantasy football fans out there. Now, you probably heard about Reality Sports Online, the most powerful fantasy sports platform where owners can build and manage their fantasy team like a real NFL general manager. But the question is, have you tried it? I mean, we're talking free agency, multi-year contracts, rookie drafts, multi-team trades. You can put franchise tags on guys. It's as close as you're going to get to being an NFL GM. But do you think it sounds complicated? It's not. I'm here to tell you it's the best thing about Reality Sports Online is it's just more fun than your normal fantasy league, but it doesn't take barely any more time. After all this, are you still not sure? I mean, come on now. You can test your general manager skills by going over to Reality Sports Online, call it RSO. Please go check out realitysportsonline.com right now.